A man who overcame a miserable past and rose to dominate his era as a 5-division world boxing champion. At the very moment he achieved victory and conquered a 6th weight class, he lost consciousness and met his death. The world he was reborn into was the world of a manga he had only happened to read a few volumes of in his previous life. In this new world, the man dreams once more. If I've been born again, then I should at least become the strongest, right? Hello, everyone. Omni-sensei here with What If I Were Reborn in MHA as Kirishima? Part 1. If you enjoy this content, smash the like button. If you haven't already, subscribe to the channel. Don't forget to check out the original story linked in the description.
The square ring, awash in dazzling lights, served as the arena for a brutal battle within a compact 37.21 square meter space. Punches flew in a relentless exchange while feet pounded against the canvas without end. Sweat glistened in the air as blows landed on each other's faces, scattering light into glittering sparks. In a contest governed by a ruthless law, one fighter seizing glory as the victor while the other left defeated and alone. Nobody was willing to be the loser. So, with gritted teeth, they unleashed a barrage of punches. Down! Wah! Gene Peterson! Gene Peterson! Gene Peterson! As fists clashed, the towering blonde fighter crumpled to the canvas, while the boxer with his long black hair pulled back in a tight ponytail strode to the neutral corner and raised his fist. Hearing the crowd chant his name, Gene recalled the long, painful road his life had taken. For Gene, family was synonymous with pain, cruelty, and neglect. As far back as he could remember, his father would beat him at every opportunity, while his mother offered nothing but indifference. Ultimately, his father ended up in prison, and his mother's descent into drug addiction left him abandoned from the age of 6. After a drug-addled mother eventually cast him out, Gene had to survive on the streets from the age of 7. Although the southern city's warmth prevented him from freezing, the harsh street life of a 7-year-old mixed-race child without anyone to shield him was pure torment. In the city where Gene grew up, Asians were a tiny minority. He drifted alone, unable to find acceptance among any group. One day, while rummaging through trash cans for discarded food, Gene wandered down an alley, noticed a building with its back door ajar, and slipped inside to sleep. The next day, he was discovered by the building's owner. Moved by Jin's plight, the man took him in, becoming his legal guardian and even bestowing upon him his surname. Jin's venture into boxing began purely because the man managed a boxing gym, and he would beam with pride every time Gene stepped into the ring. Fortunately, Gene possessed a natural talent, growing stronger at a remarkable pace. While attending school, he was encouraged to aim for the Olympics, yet he chose instead to launch his professional career at the age of 18, steadily climbing the ranks. After a relentless schedule of 5 fights a year during his late teens, Gene entered the world title bout in the autumn of his 20th year, sporting an unblemished 11-0 record. Though he eventually lost after a grueling, bloody battle, Gene emerged transformed. Not merely a gifted boxer fortunate enough to stumble upon success, but a fighter who saw boxing for its true worth and was reborn with a genuine thirst for championship glory. From that moment on, his life surged forward. Even as his schedule mellowed to 3 fights a year, he reigned supreme as a formidable champion. And today, in his 30th professional fight, he was once again claiming victory with his own fists. 8, 9, 10. Wah! As the referee bellowed the final count and swept his arms from side to side, the arena erupted in a deafening roar that threatened to tear off the roof. In that moment, Gene hoisted the right arm he had rested on the ropes and roared triumphantly. "You wah! I am the strongest!" He did not speak the words aloud, but his heart screamed them as he advanced toward the center of the ring. He tried to take a step. In an instant, the ring floor rushed up to meet him. His vision flickered to black before plunging into darkness. Feeling his limbs go numb and his heartbeat slow, Gene knew that death was closing in. Not yet. There's still so much I have to do. Under those brilliant lights, absolute silence descended, and Gene slipped into unconsciousness. That was the end. There was a time I thought this was truly the end. Gazing up at the colorful mobile swaying from the crib's ceiling, Kirishima remembered the very moment of his rebirth. When he came to, everything around him was a blur. Amid the confusion and the overwhelming strangeness of it all, someone scooped him up upside down and gave his bottom a playful smack. Wah! Wah! The unexpected pain made him cry out, and remarkably, his cry came out sounding exactly like a baby's wail. Startled, Gene struggled in vain until he was cradled in warm arms. My baby, my precious baby, thank you for coming into the world safe and sound. Wah! Huh. Though he could tell the words were likely Japanese, he had never learned the language, so all he could do was tilt his head in confusion. Eek! So cute. How can our Aijiro be this adorable? He couldn't decipher the rest of the conversation, but the name Aijiro rang clearly in his ears. As he tilted his head again, he saw another figure approaching through his still blurry vision. Honey, are you okay? Oh, you're here? Look at our baby. Isn't he just the cutest? In a voice choked with emotion, the man embraced both the baby and the woman before saying, Thank you for keeping him safe and for such a smooth delivery. No need to thank me. It's all thanks to you. Aijiro was such a good baby that even when he was still in my belly, things were never too difficult. I was worried when he didn't arrive on time, but I'm so relieved he was born safely. Oh, enough of that. Come hold our Aijiro. Isn't he just stunning? All right, I should. Aijiro. I'm your dad. I'm your father. Hearing the repeated name and watching the clumsy yet heartfelt way the man cradled him, Gene finally understood. This was his new name, and proof that he had been reborn. Well, it's nice that my parents are so much better than in my last life, but Kirishima Aijiro finished his reverie and stared blankly at the mobile above his narrow crib. Though 3 months had passed since his birth, daily life continued unchanging, like a wheel stuck in endless rotation. When it was time, he would drink the breast milk his mother provided, drift into a haze thinking this and that, and eventually fall asleep. The endless cycle of a baby's day. At first, he had been embarrassed by the act of nursing, but he soon grew accustomed to it. The real challenge lay in the long stretches of empty time between feeding and sleep. He tried hard to eavesdrop on his parents' conversations or follow what was on the TV. Yet when left alone in silence, there was nothing to do but wonder about the future. But really, what am I supposed to do? From the moment his eyes first opened, he sensed that this world was unlike his former one. When his mother accidentally dropped a cup on her foot, and her skin briefly flushed red before remaining unscathed, he noticed something was off. He had long thought it odd to see people flying or breathing fire on TV, but had assumed them to be characters from the hero movies of his past life. That explanation, however, felt increasingly implausible given how frequently such phenomena appeared, and how the broadcasts bore a strangely news-like tone. Only after witnessing his parents use inexplicable abilities did he realize how drastically different this world was from the one he once knew. I can't imagine boxing surviving in a world like this. He would need to investigate further, yet no matter how he thought about it, the idea of a sport based on equal conditions seemed utterly out of place in a world where superpowers reigned. Sports depend on fairness, the idea that both sides compete under the same conditions. How could a sport like boxing thrive when everyone starts with different advantages? Sure, contests of ability might exist, but that wouldn't be boxing at all. Kirishima, who had once been a world champion in his previous life, that reality was a bitter pill to swallow. Maybe I should just live an ordinary life like everyone else? For a brief moment, the thought of living a typical life, doing what everyone else did, flitted through his mind. Perhaps it wouldn't be so bad. But Kirishima quickly shook his head. No way. I can't live like that now. His mother, folding laundry at the time, noticed his determined headshake and snapped a picture because he looked so adorable. Though Kirishima remained blissfully unaware, he clenched his fists tightly, having experienced the exhilaration of fists colliding, the joy of overpowering an opponent and emerging as the sole victor. An ordinary life was simply not an option. Abubu. I'm going to become the strongest. After much deliberation about his future, Kirishima finally concluded that in a world teeming with life, there must always be the strong and the weak. And so he vowed that, regardless of the circumstances, he would become the strongest. That is, until he burst out shouting for no apparent reason, and his mother came over. Our Kirishima, did you poop or something? Let's check. With practiced ease, his mother removed his diaper to inspect him. Not a poop, are you hungry? When his mother checked his bottom, Kirishima's face flushed with embarrassment. Although he had gotten used to drinking breast milk, the fact that he couldn't control his bodily functions and needed his mother to change his diaper was still something he longed to overcome. Of course, he felt gratitude for the gentle warmth of a mother's touch, something he had never known in his previous life, but he yearned to handle even this on his own as soon as possible. Unaware of his inner thoughts, his mother picked him up and allowed him to nurse. He hadn't actually yelled out of hunger, but in retrospect, he did feel a little hungry, so he simply drank the milk. Our Kirishima eats so well. Who do you take after eating so nicely? Mommy? Daddy? Only catching familiar words like Kirishima, eats well, milk, mommy, and daddy. He merely made a soft sound and withdrew from his mother's breast. His mother carefully laid him back into his crib and returned to her laundry. I'm full. Now I'm getting sleepy. After his satisfying meal, sleepiness crept over Kirishima, as naturally as it does for a baby. No, I have so much to think about. I can't fall asleep again. Kirishima fought with every ounce of his strength to stay awake. Then he wondered if standing up rather than lying down might stave off the drowsiness. He strained himself and attempted to rise. Still lying down, he lifted his torso and grasped the wooden bars of the crib with both hands. He then tucked his legs underneath him and planted his feet firmly on the floor. With his hands braced for support, he slowly began to muster the strength in his legs and rise. Huff, huff. Why is this so hard? It felt even tougher than the time he had once wagered a friendly deadlift contest with a friend from his MMA days in his past life. While Kirishima strained with all his might, his mother returned after tucking the folded laundry away and noticed him trying to stand. Oh my! Seeing him struggle on his short, chubby limbs, she immediately whipped out her phone. They say babies don't start crawling or attempting to stand until about 6 months old. Our Ijiro must be a genius. Unaware that his mother was busy snapping pictures while cooing over him, Kirishima concentrated solely on rising slowly. Grah! Nothing is impossible for me. Get up. Stand up. Legs, you can do it. After what felt like an eternity of groaning and straining, Kirishima finally managed to stand upright on his own 2 feet. He had risen entirely unaided. Boo! Overcome with joy, Kirishima erupted in a cheer, raising his right arm in the same triumphant pose he had once struck after a victory in his previous life. Yay! Ajiro, good job. You did it. Only then did his mother exhale the breath she had been holding, her voice ringing out in delight. Turning toward her voice, Kirishima lost his balance, fell, and banged his head against the crib's wall. As pain surged through him and consciousness began to slip away, he thought, is there some curse on my victory pose? Or why do I always black out when I strike it? That was the last thought as he watched his mother rush over in alarm. Sleep well, my baby. How did it end up like this? Kirishima Ijiro, just 1 year old, rested his head quietly on his mother's lap while listening to her lullaby, pondering his thoughts. He had already spoken his first words, "Mom" and "Dad," at just 4 months old, far earlier than the usual 8 or 9 months, an achievement that impressed his parents tremendously. Before that, he had taken his first steps at 3 months and begun toddling around from 5 months onward. No small feats indeed. By his first birthday, he could even hold a surprisingly fluent conversation. Although his parents lavished praise on him as a genius, Kirishima himself didn't feel particularly gifted. Still, the attention came with its own burdens. The trouble began when he started understanding the sounds coming from the TV. As he watched the news mention names like All Might and Endeavor, no way. Even after reincarnation, it's a world straight out of a manga. In his previous life, he had been so obsessed with boxing that he hardly paid attention to anime or novels. Yet if fate were to grant him reincarnation into a fictional world, couldn't he have chosen one of peace? Instead, Kirishima found himself born into the world of My Hero Academia, a realm he'd only glimpsed in a handful of books that his training coach had once recommended during rigorous practice sessions. A chaotic world where villains lurked on every street corner. Is it really that bad? Annoyed and indignant, he mulled over the memories of his past life as he tilted his head in puzzlement. He remembered living in the United States where guns were legal, surviving a rough early life on the streets. Though his previous life had been brutal by any standard, compared to that, his current existence still held its own dangers. No, this is still worse. Even so, he conceded that this life was still preferable to the last. After all, a gun could be taken away, but a quirk, the unique power possessed by most people, could not, and in many ways, its potential for danger far exceeded that of any firearm. I have to get stronger than anyone else. Realizing the nature of the world he now inhabited, Kirishima decided, after much thought, to continue pursuing his old goal, to become the strongest. Unlike before, however, he now felt the need for strength with a seriousness that was almost palpable. That ultimately proved to be the root of his problems. Kirishima embarked on his training regimen with unwavering determination. Even though at 1 year old he could do little more than frantically move his arms and legs. While he wasn't yet at the age to build real muscle, the constant use of his limbs was helping his nerves to spread more efficiently, gradually giving him finer control over his body. The issue was that, having never experienced life as a baby before, Kirishima struggled to pace himself. He pushed on relentlessly until exhaustion finally overwhelmed him, and he collapsed. From his mother's perspective, her little boy's toddling was utterly endearing, and she had cheered him on as he moved about. But when she saw him refuse to rest and ultimately collapse, worry clenched her heart. "Mom, I'm okay now. Can I train again?" With his head still resting on her lap, Kirishima opened his bright, curious eyes and looked up at her. HNGH. So cute. Suppressing a sigh as she endured his imploring gaze, his mother replied in a gentle yet firm tone, "No, you already exercised for 2 hours today. Remember, you promised not to make me worry." She was proud of how quickly he was growing, especially compared to his peers, yet her concern grew with each passing moment. While most children around his age were only beginning to form simple sentences, he, not only comprehending speech but declaring his ambition to become the strongest, pushed himself far too hard. Her supportive smile earlier, meant to encourage his innocent dreams, now warred with a gnawing dread as he continued his makeshift training until collapse. That day, his mother reproached herself for not intervening sooner, chastising her own inexperience as a parent. She vowed never to witness such overexertion again. TCH. Didn't work. He had even attempted a few extra cute antics, gestures he wasn't yet adept at, but they had failed to sway her decision. The thought that at 27 in his previous life, he would never have resorted to such behavior was almost painful. But now, surrounded by love, he made no further attempts. If he had been his former self, he might have been grateful for avoiding injury alone. In this life, however, he was showered with nothing but care and affection. I don't think I ever really lived all that well, though. Reflecting on his past, he recognized that while he hadn't been a criminal, he hadn't exactly led a virtuous life either. He had merely fought through life, taking everything as it came. And now, reborn into a world with such loving parents, he felt conflicted. Well, I'm only 1 year old. I've got plenty of time. Convinced that he could always strive harder later, Kirishima closed his eyes to rest, exactly as his mother wished. Gaira, I don't have time. At 3 years old, Kirishima Ijiro unleashed a rapid-fire flurry of punches at an imaginary foe, his speed bordering on the terrifying. The target in his shadowboxing changed with each bout, and today it was the blonde adversary he had last encountered in his previous life. Die Blonde. Though his punches were still small, each one cut through the air like a flash of lightning. In my previous life, my jab was known as Flash. He continued his shadowboxing routine until his phone signaled the end of a 3-minute round. Ha! Breathing hard, Kirishima peeled off his sweat-soaked t-shirt. Revealed beneath were muscles that no ordinary 3-year-old should possess. His abs, sharply defined, and the well-developed serratus muscles along his ribs gave him the appearance of a miniature boxer. Every part of his body boasted impressive development. Yet, despite all this, Kirishima was not satisfied. All Might, he's incredible. From an early age, he had been captivated by All Might's legendary feats, first on television, and now on smartphones and computers. Though, as a boxer, he couldn't attribute high technical finesse to All Might's moves. The art of martial combat had largely fallen by the wayside in a world dominated by quirks. Even so, All Might's attacks, though essentially massive telegraphed haymakers, were backed by physical abilities that defied normal limits. His explosive strength and inhuman speed generated a destructive power that no ordinary person could hope to withstand. With someone like him striding confidently through the streets, even common criminals paled in comparison. Still, I have to surpass him. Even though his current world teemed with superhuman abilities, more than his previous life, Kirishima remained steadfast in his ambition to be the strongest. The burning flame of his ambition, kindled in his past life, only grew fiercer as he beheld the overwhelming might of All Might. In his heart, he wished for a quirk that suited close combat, one he could truly master. Since the age of 2, he had embarked on grueling training sessions in this manga-like world. At 3, he had even made headlines as the strongest 3-year-old after hoisting a 90-kilogram barbell. Yet the fact that his own quirk had yet to manifest left him with mixed feelings. It was a worry unique to someone reborn, one that an ordinary 3-year-old would never fathom. They said quirks typically awaken after the age of 4. But how long must he wait? Although people claimed that time sped up for those who worked hard, every day still seemed unbearably long to Kirishima. Eiji-chan, komeit. And don't worry too much about your quirk. It'll awaken in its own time. No matter how much of a genius you are, it wouldn't be fair if your quirk came too early, would it? Yes, Mom. What's for dinner? I'm not a genius. Recently, Kirishima had begun to regret how rapidly he was maturing, fearing that he had set his parents' hopes impossibly high. Sure, his physical abilities dwarfed those of his peers, but he planned to get even stronger, so that wasn't the real issue. Moreover, in a world ripped from the pages of a shonen manga, there was no shortage of monstrous figures compared to his previous life. The true challenge lay in his learning ability. Being more comfortable with English than Japanese had led him to understand English videos without formal study and even read academic papers, a first misstep in his view. His second mistake was abandoning children's workbooks for exercise physiology books borrowed from the library with his parents. Of course, his parents were overjoyed, convinced that their son was a once-in-a-generation genius. Yet, though his precociousness was merely a byproduct of having lived before, he could not exactly proclaim himself a reincarnate. Instead, Kirishima found himself trapped between pursuing studies he didn't enjoy and meeting high expectations. He was still young, so it wasn't an immediate crisis, but he worried about tackling high school material that had long faded from memory, not to mention the differences between the American and Japanese school systems. Tonight's dinner is curry. Sounds good, right? Haha. Yes, it does sound delicious. Besides, I like anything you make, Mom. It's all carbs. Though he silently screamed in protest, Kirishima sat at the table with the obedient face of a well-behaved child. Japanese home cooking simply didn't pack enough meat for a kid who had spent his previous life as an athlete in America. Oh, Dad. When did you get home? I just got here a little while ago. You were so engrossed in training, Eiji-chan. I didn't want to disturb you. I watched you for a bit, then came in, washed up, and changed. I should have greeted you first. Sorry, Dad. No need to apologize. I love seeing you chase your dreams. You want to be a hero, like All Might, right? Yes. I want to become the strongest hero. Deep down, he believed that being the strongest didn't necessarily require donning a cape, but Eijiro dutifully declared his aspiration to be a hero. To him, whether in his past life or this one, striving for the top left no room for turning to a life of crime, and he certainly didn't wish to burden his wonderful parents. I wonder what kind of quirk our Eiji-chan will get. You know, your dad's quirk gets stronger when he holds his breath, and your mom's makes her skin turn red and toughen up when she's startled. Maybe mine will turn out to be just like yours? As he busily scooped up curry, Kirishima offered his answer. Even though he grumbled inwardly about the paucity of meat, his mother's curry, one of his favorite dishes since his previous life, never failed to please him. Now that I think about it, Eiji-chan, do you know what day it will be exactly 1 week from now? Let me see. October 16th. Oh, it's my birthday. That's right. I even considered surprising you with a present without telling you, but you hardly played with the toy we gave you last year. So this year, I thought I'd ask you what you really want. Thank you. So, is anything okay? Of course. Just nothing too expensive, okay? Faced with the sudden task of choosing a birthday present, Kirishima stared at the spoon in his hand until an inspired idea struck him. Dad, could you please buy me some protein? The biggest container you can find, if possible. Sure. I'll get you as much as you want. Wait, what did you say? Protein. A protein supplement. His father rubbed his forehead in exasperation at Kirishima's unwavering request, even after asking him again. His mother sighed in resignation. They adored watching their hard-working, adorable son shine. His abilities far exceeded those of any child his age. Yet in moments like these, they secretly wished he'd act a little more like a child. Eiji-chan, if your birthday present is protein, won't that leave you with no memorable keepsake? But memories are made every day with you, Mom and Dad. Besides, if I want to get stronger faster, I need my protein. Although his answer left his parents both touched and dismayed at the prospect of a birthday legacy defined solely by a protein supplement, they finally conceded. After all, no parent can win against their child. Then this year, Eiji-chan's birthday present is protein. And on that day, we'll invite your friends over for a party. Ahaha. Aparuti? That's a bit. What is this? Kirishima, whose mental age made it difficult for him to connect with other children, awkwardly scratched his chin before bursting into a startled scream. In that instant, his arm and hand became encased in strangely elongated, angular shapes, his fingertips sharpening disturbingly, and he ended up cutting himself. Blood trickled down his chin. Thus began Kirishima's first quirk awakening, a moment marked not only by the thrill of power but also by the spill of blood. A little boy with shoulder-length black hair tied back in a neat ponytail rested his chin on one arm. One knee casually perched over the other as he inspected his right hand. Kirishima was busy testing the limits of his hardening quirk, activating it repeatedly to feel its power manifest. After the incident that left his chin badly cut, he had quickly administered first aid and visited the hospital the next day to learn more about his quirk. Hardening. It was the ability to transform his body, making it tougher and boosting his strength when activated. It even combined elements of both his parents' quirks into one unified power. At the moment, he had to consciously trigger hardening, and while there was a short delay before it fully engaged, he figured that with practice he might be able to keep it active constantly and even target specific areas for an extra boost. Kids sure know how to have fun. That's just how children are, he murmured. Lost in thought about his quirk, Kirishima's attention was suddenly caught by the high-pitched voice of a nearby child. Two boys stood facing each other, glaring fiercely. "Go play with Endeavor over there. All might is mine," one shouted. "What are you gonna do if I don't? You idiot, and you still don't even have a quirk," retorted the other. "Hey, you vanadi." That's enough. Seeing the boys on the verge of throwing punches, Kirishima rose and walked over. He couldn't understand why they were willing to brawl over figures they couldn't even eat. Yet when had he ever truly understood children? Might as well break it up, he thought. In truth, Kirishima was one who believed in settling disputes with fists and raw determination. However, when kindergartners started fighting, the teachers would intervene with endless lecturing on getting along, not just with the fighters but everyone in the room. At first, Kirishima had ignored it, whether there was a fight or not, but after an experience that felt as if his ears were about to bleed from all the nagging, he began stepping in to stop the fights whenever he could. Determined not to listen to any more lectures, he grabbed the heads of the two boys firmly. Standing some 20 centimeters taller than his peers, his intervention looked almost natural. The boys, their heads pressed in his hands as if his fingers were digging into their skulls, struggled to break free. "Oh, Kirishima. Yeah, cut it out. Shut up, idiots. Why are you even fighting over toys? They're not toys, they're figures. Stupid Kirishima." Exactly. Poor Kirishima doesn't appreciate the beauty of figures. Oh, really? Much larger and sturdier than the rest, Kirishima was quietly acknowledged as the strongest kid in the kindergarten. He rarely fought with others, but his presence alone spoke volumes. The only drawback was that the other kids found him unapproachable, leaving him without any close friends. And Kirishima wasn't exactly the type to initiate conversations anyway. Still, whenever a fight seemed imminent, his physical intervention always had a magical effect. Suddenly, everyone acted like the perfect little angels. The dispute over the figures resolved itself as predictably as always. Anyways, don't tire yourselves out fighting. Let's solve this peacefully, kids. You could take turns with them or just play together, couldn't you? With him? You must be joking. That's my answer. Even if it's me, that's not going to happen. Really? Well, suit yourselves. Just keep your fights out of kindergarten. I'm out of here. The two little ringleaders, each leading a small gang of 3 or 4 kids, glared at each other and dismissed Kirishima's suggestion. With a long sigh, Kirishima returned to his seat. It seemed like yet another ordinary day in his life. "All right, children, come gather around," a voice called out. While Kirishima watched the kids playing, he turned at the sound of the teacher's voice. The teacher entered the room holding the hand of a little girl. The girl looked quite unusual. Her skin was pink, and atop her head were things that looked like either antennae or horns. Shy by nature, she had kept her head bowed so much that her face was nearly hidden. Only when the teacher asked her to introduce herself did she lift her head and speak softly.
"Aki, I'm Ashido Mina."
"Nice to meet you all. Everyone, please be friendly with Ashido. Oh, and just so you know, Ashido manifested a quirk last week that spits acid, and she still can't fully control it, so keep your distance. Kirishima frowned at the teacher's words. It was a well-known fact that when people see someone who looks different, their reactions fall into one of two categories, admiration or rejection. More often than not, it was the latter. Without any explicit incitement, people can become hostile simply because someone looks different. The teacher's final remark risked steering the children toward a negative view of Ashido. Sure enough, the kids began whispering as they eyed her. Her skin is pink. That's so weird. But she's dangerous. My mom said not to play with kids who can't control their quirks. And her eyes are black. Isn't that kind of creepy? After the teacher left, Ashido, now alone, looked around until no one approached her. Dejected, she slunk into a corner. The other children kept glancing in her direction from afar, while Ashido stared blankly at the floor. Noticing the little girl's trembling shoulders, Kirishima stood up. Kirishima had never been fond of children. They were too restless, awkward to communicate with, and simply exhausting to be around. While he enjoyed watching them from a distance, he never felt the need to join in. Yet, seeing a child being excluded or bullied was something he couldn't abide. He truly despised it. It reminded him of his own childhood, when at 7 he had been cast out onto the streets with nothing but his scars. Back then, small and powerless, no one had reached out to help him. The street kids, each with their own struggles, had tormented him mercilessly simply because his skin was different. Kirishima knew all too well how cruel people could be to those who were different, and how quickly they could turn a blind eye to injustice. That was why he reacted so strongly whenever he saw a child in pain. It stirred memories of his own hardships.
Hey, I'm Kirishima Eiro.
You can call me either Kirishima or Eijiro, whichever you prefer.
Oh, Aki.
I'm Ashido, Mina, like you heard earlier, she replied timidly. When Kirishima approached, Ashido's face brightened, although she recoiled slightly when confronted with his imposing size. Still, reassured by his warm smile and outstretched hand, she returned the greeting. She almost reached out to shake it before quickly pulling her hand back in surprise. You're not going to shake hands with me? My arm hurts already. The teacher mentioned it, remember? I spit acid and sometimes I can't control it, so I'm not allowed to touch others.
I'm sorry.
If that's all, I'm fine shaking hands with you. Activating his hardening, Kirishima grasped Ashido's hand firmly. Watching her eyes widen in alarm, he felt a tingling sensation in his palm, much like the feeling when one first steps into a scalding hot bath. He held out his hand, now with a wisp of smoke rising from it, and showed it to her. See, I'm perfectly fine. Assured by the absence of any burns, Ashido's eyes grew wide as she whispered, Huh? Really? My quirk, hardening, not only toughens my body but also boosts my resistance to heat and cold. I figured it should be able to handle your acid too. Wow, that's a relief. With her mood visibly brightened, Ashido chattered away, and in no time, Kirishima learned about her family, the name of her pet, her favorite doll, and even that her hobby was dancing. Her non-stop chatter was so overwhelming that Kirishima pressed a hand to his forehead in exasperation. You know, when my quirk first appeared at my old kindergarten, I accidentally hurt a friend I was playing with. I was terrified. I thought I'd never be able to make friends again. She doesn't really seem like someone who's too scared to talk, though. So, I ended up hiding in the corner until you burst in with your tada. Hee hee. Yeah. Kirishima, are you okay? Isn't it dangerous? Before Kirishima could respond, still flustered by Ashido's rapid pace, the voices of the two boys he had nearly fought earlier reached him from behind. They were the kind of kids who bickered endlessly yet somehow managed to have perfect chemistry. Kirishima brightened and pulled them into the conversation. What's dangerous about it? Ashido isn't going to eat you, and and I'm perfectly fine. You too. Say hello to Ashido too. Huh? We should too. Yeah. Were you planning on just standing there without saying anything? You're not scared, are you? That's not very manly. As Ashido settled a bit and Kirishima figured he might as well help her make some friends, he exaggerated his expression and prepared to nudge the boys closer to her, teasing their pride along the way. The two little ringleaders, each proud to lead their own group, took the bait and raised their voices in defiance. Scared? I don't know anything about that. Me neither. A future hero isn't afraid of anything. Then stop just talking to me. Go chat with Ashido. But since you don't have any protective quirks, don't get too close. Hesitantly, the boys managed a greeting to Ashido. At first, it was awkward, but Ashido's infectious high energy soon had everyone excitedly discussing their favorite topic: heroes. Once the boys started engaging with Ashido, their respective groups crowded over, and the room quickly filled with lively chatter. Even the girls who had been quietly watching from a distance joined in, peppering Ashido with questions. Yes, this is exactly what it looks like when a child makes a new friend. Satisfied with the scene he had orchestrated, Kirishima was about to slip away from the crowd when Ashido suddenly grabbed his hand, preventing him from leaving. Kirishima, where are you going? I was just heading to the bathroom for a minute. Okay, hurry back. Yeah. He had planned to quietly make his escape, but as he felt Ashido's hand trembling in his grip, he sighed inwardly. After giving a determined nod, Kirishima slipped away to the bathroom, clutching his head as he pondered the situation. It was one thing to meddle when the outcome was favorable, but it meant enduring a chorus of high-pitched shouts from a swarm of kids. Nevertheless, a promise was a promise. Kirishima returned to the group and spent the rest of the day staying by Ashido's side. That day, at the tender age of 4, Kirishima Ijiro gained a lifelong friend, and in the process lost a bit of his peace of mind. Shut the hell up, bastard! Kirishima woke up cursing, his face twisted in a scowl. It had been an unpleasantly vivid dream, the bitter memory of his father's hand slapping his cheek in childhood, the searing sting of cigarette embers licking his skin, the crushing helplessness when a kick snapped his arm and left him utterly powerless, and the lonely, bitter taste of rainwater mixing with his tears after being beaten by his peers. Flooded his mind. Like a movie playing in sequence, memories from his previous life, over 20 years gone, rolled before his eyes. Soon enough, the father from that life appeared at his side. The man draped an arm over Kirishima's shoulder and whispered softly, "How is your new life? Are you happy? Jean Luciano, you discarded my surname, and now even your own name is lost, you prodigal son." Kirishima struggled to break free and drive a fist into that nauseating face. But his body refused to move. Helpless and immobilized, he had to endure every word as the man's vile breath tickled his ear. "You truly are my son. You inherited my fists and used them to trample and crush anyone in your path, seizing glory for yourself. Oh, Luciano, what a magnificent bloodline." Determined, Kirishima strained every muscle in an attempt to move. If his entire body wouldn't obey, then at least one arm. If not an arm, then even a single finger. He honed his focus until something budged. Still, the man released his hold on Kirishima's shoulder and stepped directly in front of him. Seizing Kirishima's face with both hands, he leaned in close to lock eyes. The man's fathomless, black eyes pierced Kirishima's soul. "So, did you enjoy it? Making people into a bloody mess? How about smashing those arrogant fools into the ground? Did it feel good, standing over those who looked down on you?" As the darkness in his eyes spread outward like ink dissolving in water, filling the whites, the tip of Kirishima's left index finger twitched. Slowly, his body began to stir, though he remained silent and listened. "Haha, you've been such a good boy, haven't you? Such a cute little child. But I know your true nature, Jean. You crave blood, don't you? You yearn to ruin the faces of those high and mighty bastards, to tear them limb from limb. How long are you going to hide what you truly are? In that moment, a heat sparked at his fingertips and surged through his entire body. Without another thought, Kirishima grabbed the man by the throat, shouted, and slammed him into the floor. In an instant, the world around him shattered into fragments that cascaded downward, and the dream faded away. Sitting up in bed, Kirishima rubbed his face in the darkness. I don't enjoy seeing blood. What I enjoy is fighting, you bastard. His quiet murmur echoed in the silent room. The wounds of his past life still lingered in his soul, bleeding relentlessly. 6 months, huh? Still, the intervals are growing longer. At least the nightmares that had plagued him so often since his reincarnation were becoming increasingly rare. Feeling a measure of relief, Kirishima checked his phone. It was 5 a.m., a little earlier than usual. In a foul mood, he got up, opened the door, and stepped out into the backyard. As he went through his customary light warm-up, his thoughts churned restlessly. If it weren't for my coach in my previous life, and if I hadn't had my parents now, probably wouldn't be the person I am today. Kirishima didn't see himself as a particularly good person. He wasn't driven by righteousness or bound by law-abiding principles. He was no stranger to the brutal realities of life, unafraid of bloodshed and instinctively driven by a desire to win. Yet, the reason he managed to live within society was thanks to his previous life's coach and his current parents. Well, if I'd ended up with rotten parents, I might have become a villain. Even now, Kirishima had no grand ambition of becoming a hero merely to be the strongest. He simply aspired to be a hero for his parents' sake. AG, good morning. You're up early again today. Huh? Good morning. You're up early too, Mom. After a moderate workout and cool down, Kirishima greeted his mother as she emerged into the backyard. The sight of her sleepy face washed away the sticky remnants of his nightmare. Without a word, he walked over and embraced her. Oh my, what's this? AG hugging Mom first thing in the morning. Just because. I felt happy seeing you, Mom. Her eyes widened in surprise at his sudden display of childlike affection. A stark contrast to the usual reserved, mature Kirishima. Soon, though, she recovered and returned his embrace warmly. Mom feels wonderful when you hug me, AG. I think today's going to be a great day. Now, let's get ready in a good mood. You haven't forgotten what day it is. Have you, AG? What day? Oh right, it's the day we go on a trip. You forgot, huh? Well, better late than never. Now that he thought about it, today was the day they were set to leave for a summer vacation at a mountain lodge with the Ishido family. Since their first meeting last October, Ishido had been trailing Kirishima everywhere. Although it was a bit of a hassle at times, Kirishima always had a soft spot for children and played along without complaint. In truth, he was the one taking care of her more than playing with her. Ishido had been transferred to a kindergarten farther from home after an incident at her previous one and would wait there after classes until her parents arrived. Kirishima had assumed she would manage on her own. But when he turned to leave one day and saw her eyes brimming with tears, he ended up staying with her until her parents showed up. That small act eventually became routine. Thanks to that, he had met Ishido's parents, and before long, the two families had grown close. So this is how families with kids get close. Terrifying. Reflecting on how naturally their bonds had deepened sent a shiver down Kirishima's spine. All right then. Wash up quickly, eat, and get ready. Mom's going to wake Dad. AG, you go wash up. Yes, I will. As always, Kirishima mixed his protein supplement into milk, gulped it down, rushed through his shower, and sat down to breakfast with his parents. After breakfast, they piled into the large SUV his father drove and headed to the Ishido house, where everyone was already waiting outside. The moment Ishido spotted Kirishima, she bounced excitedly and shouted, Eiji. It's Eiji. E. No, I told you not to call me that. Sounds weird.
Anwai. E.
Kirishima flinched at the memory of his nightmare when he caught a dark glimmer in Ishido's eyes, but he quickly composed himself. It would have been unseemly to compare the ominous black of his dream, full of malignant intent, to the bright, sparkling kindness in Ishido's eyes. As usual, he grumbled about the strange nickname she'd adopted ever since he'd told her she could call him by his name. Then he sighed and responded. But Eiji sounds cute. Sigh. Fine, call me whatever you want. Good morning, ma'am, sir. Morning. You look strangely tired again today. Eiji, it's a day for going out. You should be bursting with energy, just like Armina. It's cute, so it's fine. Let's all have fun together this time, Eiji. Haha. Yes, ma'am. Unlike Kirishima, the Ishido parents radiated a boundless energy, greeting him with enthusiastic warmth. Kirishima could barely muster a sigh as he offered a half-hearted reply. After the brief exchange, the two families climbed into Kirishima's large SUV and headed for Tokyo Station. The plan was to catch the Shinkansen from Tokyo Station, disembark at Aomori, and then drive the reserved rental car to the mountain lodge. Not much of a fan of travel, Kirishima spent the journey nursing a headache from fielding Ishido's non-stop chatter. She talked incessantly in the car on the way to the station and continued her endless conversation on the train as she sat beside him, leaving him wondering what could possibly fill this little girl's head. Eiji, you want to be a hero too, right? Yeah, I have to. A hero. Yeah. So it's not that you merely want to be one, but that you're going to be one. Eiji, you really are full of confidence. I was a world champion, so aiming to just be a hero is a bit different. After Ishido moved on from chatting about last night's snack and this morning's breakfast, the conversation naturally shifted to the eternal idol for children everywhere. Heroes. Kirishima answered Ishido's questions with his usual calm detachment. When he thought of the heroes he'd seen in videos, even the nameless lower-tier ones paled in comparison to his former self. Having honed his quirk and started training at an early age, Kirishima was utterly confident that he could become a hero. I want to be a hero too. Well, most people say that. Still, if you work hard, I really think you could become one. Really? Why? For one, your quirk is exceptional. While others scramble to boost their power, yours is so lethal that you'll have to work on controlling it instead. And you've got great athletic ability too. Wow. Eiji praised me. Hehe. I like Eiji. Ishido beamed and wrapped her arms around Kirishima, startled by her sudden hug. After he'd casually evaluated her, Kirishima instinctively tried to pull away, but then he recalled how she had nearly burst into tears the last time he had tried to stop her, so he let her hold on. You? Sigh. Never mind. Huh? Why? Nothing. You're just too cute. He had meant to tell her to let go, but instead he gave up and patted her head gently. Ishido purred like a cat, nestling even closer to him. Somehow, ever since he'd gotten to know Ishido, Kirishima found himself sighing more than before. Ishido's mother, seated in the front, turned around to glance at them and smiled contentedly. After the accident at her old kindergarten, she was so down. I was worried. I'm glad she's found her energy again. Thanks to you, Kirishima. Oh my, I can't imagine Ishido ever looking dejected. She's so full of life. Before the accident, she had tons of friends. But afterward, no one would even speak to her. It was heartbreaking to watch. Yet after moving to a new kindergarten and meeting you, she's blossomed. Now she talks about you several times a day. Really? Our Kirishima hardly ever mentions what goes on outside, so I had no idea if he was doing well at kindergarten. He always seemed so mature, almost too old for his age, which worried us. But since meeting Ishido, he's made plenty of friends, and that eases our minds. Then they're good for each other. I hope they remain close from now on. They will. He likes you that much. Ho ho. Listening to the mother's conversation, Kirishima wondered if he'd really caused them any worry at all, though nothing troubling came to mind. He hadn't done anything truly problematic, it seemed. Uncertain about the intricacies of parental love, his confusion soon faded as the train pressed onward, steaming through an undersea tunnel until arriving in Aomori. Kirishima gently roused Ishido, who had fallen asleep with her head resting on his shoulder, and they disembarked from the train. Clean, well-kept station greeted them, the beginning of an unforgettable summer trip. The drive to the mountain lodge in a rented local car was peaceful. Kirishima stroked Ishido's fluffy hair as he thought, "Yeah, resting once in a while is nice. Maybe when I get a little older, I'll even travel alone." Ijiro. Huh? What is it? What are you thinking about? I called you, but you didn't answer. Nothing much. I was just thinking I might travel around later. Wow, that sounds fun. I want to go too. I was planning to go alone. If you come with me, it won't be a solo trip anymore. Huh? Ijiro, are you going to abandon me? Sniff. What do you mean, abandon you? You should learn to play by yourself sometimes too. Watching Ishido suddenly put on a hurt expression after the conversation had somehow veered off in a strange direction, Kirishima let out a sigh. It was good that she'd brightened up, but somehow she'd gotten a little too attached. The car carrying the two children in the back seat and their parents, who wore pleased expressions as they listened to the conversation, sped along and reached the lodge an hour after leaving the station. Wow, we're here. Slow down. You'll hurt yourself if you rush like that. We're staying here for 3 nights and 4 days anyway. But, Ijiro, the building looks amazing. And it's all mountains around here. Yeah, I heard there's a valley nearby too. Kirishima grabbed Ishido's hand as she looked ready to dash off in a flurry. She probably wouldn't fall easily, given her athleticism, but she was clearly excited, so he stopped her just enough. When he turned his head, he saw his father unloading a travel bag full of clothes from the car. Dad, want some help? Haha, I know Ijiro's strong, but I'm not so old that I need your help yet. Save that for when I'm old and weak. Until then, leave the heavy lifting to me. In response to Kirishima's question, his father struck an exaggerated pose and flexed his biceps. To Kirishima, his office worker father's arms looked rather thin, especially since he didn't really exercise. But he kept that to himself and simply nodded for his father's pride. Besides, apart from the clothes, most of their food and other necessities were already provided by the lodge, so there wasn't much heavy luggage to begin with. Ijiro's such a good son. Kirishima-san must be so proud, already helping out like such a dependable boy. At Ishido's father's embarrassing praise, Kirishima didn't know what to say and just scratched his chin. After the short conversation in the parking lot ended, the two families went into the lodge. Kirishima followed behind his parents, who were carrying their luggage. Once inside, he saw walls made of wood that had been warmed by age and use. While his parents handled the check-in, Kirishima held Ishido's hand and looked around the interior. Several photos of what looked like guests were hung on the wall. Everyone in the pictures was smiling brightly. Ijiro, Mom and Dad said they'd put our bags away and then we're all eating together. Sounds delicious, right? Yeah. Food always tastes different in a new place. Hee. I can't wait to eat. Oh, Mom's calling me. See you later, Ijiro. Since arriving at the lodge, Ishido's energy had shown no sign of dropping. She chattered excitedly at Kirishima for a while before her parents called her away, and she went to the reserved room. Kirishima felt relieved at the sudden quiet, then looked up at his mother and father with a strange feeling. The two of them were watching him with meaningful smiles. Ijiro gets along very well with Ishido, doesn't he? I wouldn't say we're on bad terms. Oh, it's more than that, isn't it? Even I can see that Ishido likes Ijiro. Well, I guess so. I approve of Ishido too. Our Kirishima is wonderful, but he's a little too quiet, so I think a bright child like Ashido suits him. Ha! You're going a little too far. If I liked her, I'd be dragged off by the police, and besides, I'm not a quiet person. He had a lot he wanted to say, but Kirishima held it in and, to change the subject, urged his mother along and went into the room. Even after entering the room, his mother and father kept talking about Kirishima, and before long, the Kirishima in their story had gotten married and given them grandchildren. Kirishima couldn't think of anything to say, so he quietly organized his own luggage. After that brief but strangely long moment of embarrassment, the family finished unpacking and left the room to eat. They could also have barbecue in the evening if they signed up for it, but for lunch they decided to eat the meal provided by the lodge. The Ashido family was already in the dining hall. They hadn't been apart for long, but Ashido waved the moment she saw Kirishima. "Ijiro's here. Ajiro, over here. Did you really have to shout and wave that much?" Seeing Ashido welcome him as if a rare character had just dropped from a gacha game, Kirishima let out an embarrassed sigh. The only saving grace was that there were no other guests in the dining hall. Kirishima followed his parents and sat down beside Ashido. "Did you finish unpacking okay?" "Yep. Mom and Dad said they'd help, but I told them it was fine and did it all myself." "Good. You did well, unpacking all by yourself." Carefully, Kirishima reached out and patted Ashido on the head. She said touching the antennae on her head felt strange, so he had to be gentle. As he ran his hand through her fluffy hair, the food arrived. The menu was hamburger steak for those who chose Western food and pork rice bowls for those who chose Japanese food. Kirishima ate while cutting up the hamburger steak and feeding pieces to Ashido, or wiping sauce from the corner of her mouth. After the meal came the children's time. Kirishima and Ashido left the lodge to look around the area. "It might be dangerous, so don't go too far. Stay nearby, okay? They say there aren't many around here, but Hokkaido still has a lot of wild animals." "Yes, we were just planning to look around nearby." After leaving behind their parents' warning, Ashido was just as excited as ever, despite having calmed down a little during the meal. Walking along a path surrounded by trees she had never seen before, Ashido kept talking to Kirishima. "Ajiro, these trees look so weird." "Yeah, they do. Ajiro, a squirrel is flying." That's interesting." Answering Ashido's excited remarks in moderation, Kirishima kept memorizing the path. Whenever he went somewhere new, getting familiar with the surrounding terrain was a habit born from his previous life on the streets, where he always had to be ready to run. Ashido held Kirishima's hand and confidently walked through the unfamiliar place. Once they had gone a fair distance from the lodge, she spoke to him in a cautious voice. "Hey, Ajiro." "Yeah. Why do you keep calling me Ashido?" "What do you mean? Calling Ashido? You mean why I don't call you by your first name?" "Yeah." Looking at the restless black eyes of Ashido, who seemed to be thinking about something, Kirishima gave a dry laugh. "Well, because you never said I could use your first name, did you? I told you from the first time we met that you could call me however you wanted, whether it was my first name or my last name." "Huh? You didn't know?" Kirishima felt bewildered by Ashido's shocked reaction. In a culture where calling someone by their first name without permission was extremely rude, there was no way he would just start using hers out of nowhere. "Oh, so you're not keeping your distance from me, Ajiro. That's a relief. Why would I keep my distance from you? You're the closest friend I have, after my parents." "Really? I'm the closest person to Ajiro? That makes me happy. Where did your parents go? More importantly, why did you even think that?" "Because I keep calling you Ajiro, but you always call me Ashido, which sounds so formal." Overwhelmed by the storm of Ijiro's this and Ijiro's that, Kirishima felt his mind go blank and patted Ashido on the head. The sight of the pink-haired little girl, usually so high energy and friendly. Acting awkward and worried was not a pleasant one. Children should be bright and smiling like children. Don't worry about pointless things like that. You're the first friend I've ever made in this life, so unless something special comes up, I'll keep looking out for you. Hehe. I like Ijiro, but what do you mean in this life? Ishido cheered and hugged Kirishima. Meanwhile, Kirishima was sweating cold at her question. Let's just skip over that. There are some things I can't explain even if I tell you. More importantly, we should head back soon. If we go too far, our parents will worry.
Mina.
It's a little awkward saying it for real. Oh, Ijiro called me Mina, while brushing over the slip of the tongue that could have hinted at reincarnation. Kirishima turned them back toward the path they had come from. Unless someone was insane, they wouldn't suspect reincarnation from a comment like that, but children's imaginations could go in all kinds of directions. Fortunately, Ishido was so happy that Kirishima had called her by her name that she didn't react to the rest of it at all. On the way back, after only a short walk, the two of them met someone coming from the direction of the lodge. Oh, hello? You're cute little kids, aren't you? Are you staying at the lodge too? Hello, mister. The man, who looked to be in his 50s, was dressed in hiking clothes and a hiking hat, and greeted them with a kindly expression. At Ishido's use of Mr., he looked crestfallen. Kids, I'm still in my 20s. Oh, sorry, mister. But if you're in your 20s, aren't you a mister to us? Calling you big brother would feel a little rude. Well, call me whatever you like. I'm off now. Have fun. Yes, goodbye. As Ishido waved him off enthusiastically, Kirishima narrowed his eyes. Hiking clothes and hiking boots that look like they've never been worn. And though he tried to hide it, what I caught under the hiking clothes looked like a sheath for a knife. The country Kirishima had lived in his previous life was one where, if you were going into the mountains, it was wise to bring a knife and fire as basic emergency gear. If possible, a gun was even better. But this was Japan. There weren't many people who went hiking with a knife on them. Of course, he could simply be someone whose hobby was survival, but even that seemed a little odd, because he didn't really look equipped for it and his body was just that of an ordinary, slightly overweight middle-aged man, even though he claimed to be in his 20s. Besides, if survival were his hobby, it's strange that he'd be staying at a lodge in the first place. He could just be very well prepared, but it's worth keeping an eye on him. Hey, Ijiro. That mister who just passed by looked like Kumapapa on TV. What's Kumapapa? I don't really watch TV. Huh? You don't know Kumapapa? So there are things Ijiro doesn't know too. Kumapapa is the dad in the Kuma family. As Ishido happily rambled on, delighted to have found something Kirishima didn't know, the two of them kept walking until a shout from ahead stopped their feet. Get lost already, you Deca bastard. Don't act like we're friends when you're quirkless. But Mom told me to go with Kakin. The owner of the voice was a little blonde boy with spiky hair, walking toward them with a face full of irritation. Behind him, a green-haired boy was following along in a flustered panic. Kirishima frowned as he looked at the two of them. He had seen this 5 years ago already, but he hadn't forgotten those distinctive faces. One of them was the protagonist of this reincarnated world, and the other was One for All Diving, huh? He left a pretty strong impression, and he's blonde too. He's got every trait I can't stand. For some reason, ever since his previous life, Kirishima had had terrible luck with blondes. The first guy to hit him when he was thrown out of his home as a child was blonde. The promoter who approached him after the gym owner he'd followed like a father died, trying to force an unfair contract on him, was blonde. And the opponent who killed him in his final match was blonde too. Watching a kid he already found deeply irritating being chewed out like that wasn't pleasant, but Kirishima was still planning to just walk past. He couldn't stay by the protagonist's side and watch over him forever, and he certainly couldn't magically reform some rude brat in one shot. The world of children was surprisingly jungle-like, and if an outside adult interfered carelessly, it only invited harsher retaliation later. But Ashido caused trouble. "Hey, why are you bullying him?" Letting go of his hand the moment they left the lodge, Ashido ran up and shouted at the blonde delinquent kid, Bakugo Katsuki. Kirishima grimaced and pressed a hand to his forehead. It was an unpleasant first meeting with the protagonist of the world and a lead who had a personality just as explosive as his own. Bakugo Katsuki was momentarily thrown off when a little girl suddenly appeared and started yelling at him. But that surprise quickly faded. Narrowing his eyes, he shouted, "Ha? So what if I mess with that Deku brat? What business is it of yours, you black-eyed freak? You really can't pick on someone weaker than you. Didn't your dumb, ignorant blonde head learn even the basics? Oh, so you've got a problem with that? You want to fight?" Kirishima left the two shouting and made his way over to a visibly rattled Midoriya. "You okay? You're not hurt anywhere, are you?" I'm fine, but I think you should stop him. He might end up getting seriously hurt if this goes on. Come on, it's only for a little while. Besides, I heard your name mentioned. You're quirkless, right?"
Yeah.
Midoriya replied, his features drawn small with insecurity. Everyone who learned Midoriya was quirkless reacted with either pity or contempt, or sometimes both. It was a sickening truth, but no one did anything about it. That was just the way things were. It was acceptable to treat someone without a quirk that way. The older boy now addressing him was unlikely to be any different from everyone else. So this is the so-called protagonist of this world. Is this really how things are meant to be? Watching Midoriya, who looked even more fragile than expected, Kirishima couldn't help but worry about the state of the world. A world where the mere trembling of a kid fighting meant a hero. Protagonists weren't born superhuman, of course, but still, this was a bit too much. Well, at least he does have a strong sense of justice, Kirishima mused, recalling a manga he'd read long ago as his eyes shifted from Midoriya to the two still squabbling. No matter how he first felt about Midoriya, the situation needed to be sorted out. He hadn't planned on intervening, but with Ashido already stepping in, Kirishima realized he wasn't exactly an outsider anymore. Quickly, he laid a steady hand on the shoulders of both Ashido, who looked as if she might throw a punch at any moment, and Bakugo, whose temperament crackled with tiny explosive sparks. "All right, I know you're both full of energy, but they've got their reasons. Let's keep it down a notch. And hey, Blondie, you too. You're old enough to know you shouldn't use your quirk to threaten people, right? But Kirishima, you saw what he was doing. What the hell are you doing, bastard?" Ashido's anger was so fierce that she called him by his surname rather than his nickname. Bakugo, not to be outdone, tried to wrench Kirishima's arm away and swung wildly at his face. Seeing Bakugo's hand streaking toward his face, Kirishima offered a crooked smile. It's been a while since I felt this raw hostility. A twisted kind of anger sure is entertaining. Back when he ruled kindergarten by might alone, Kirishima had been untouchable. Now, watching Bakugo bare his teeth in defiance after all this time, he couldn't help but find it amusing. In his current life, after reincarnation, his peers didn't see him as an enemy. Unlike his past life, when he was hounded by society, he now lived as a good kid under his parents' care. That peaceful existence hadn't been all that bad. In fact, it hadn't been bad at all. The air was thick with antagonism, heavy and damp as tension rooted itself around their feet. Only now, feeling Bakugo's pure yet petty hostility, did Kirishima realize he actually missed that rush, the cold shiver of fear and adrenaline that used to make his blood run cold. Granted, there was no real danger. Bakugo was just a civilian kid barely over 100 centimeters tall who'd never experienced proper training. With a quick, practiced sway, Kirishima dodged Bakugo's outstretched hand and maintained an effortlessly cool expression. "So, is this your way of asking for a fight, kid?" "Ha, Can't you tell? You tall bastard. Yeah, I might not know everything, but one thing's clear. You'd make a damn fine villain. Shut up and die. Though the original story praised his combat sense, in that moment Bakugo was still just a kid who hadn't learned his lesson yet. As Kirishima nimbly evaded Bakugo's wild swings, he wondered how best to put this cheeky little brat in his place. After all, if you counted his previous life, he was already 30. And honestly, it felt wrong to seriously beat up a child at that age. Besides, these kids were likely here with their parents. Hitting too hard would only invite trouble later. Without even raising his guard, Kirishima dodged and parried Bakugo's attacks with light, bouncing steps before circumnavigating to his right in a flash. For an ordinary person, watching a seasoned boxer's circular maneuvers for the first time might seem like the opponent suddenly vanished. Bakugo only realized Kirishima was on his flank after hearing a low, firm voice from that direction. Kid, if you're going to hit someone, you've got to be ready to take a hit yourself. As Bakugo turned, Kirishima's fist dominated his field of vision. Bakugo's eyes widened in alarm. The sudden, searing intuition of an impending blow struck him like lightning. Reflexively, Bakugo squeezed his eyes shut. Thwack! A resounding crack erupted from his forehead. The intense pain radiating from his brow forced a scream from his lips. Kaya, if you're gonna do it, you'd better be ready to take one too. Kirishima looked down at Bakugo, who lay sprawled on the ground after that harsh flick to the forehead, and offered his counsel. He hadn't expected that this ill-tempered kid would suddenly reform thanks to a few blows. How wonderful it would be if a few hits could really change a person. But people don't change that easily. You might even reshape someone through relentless violence, but that was less about reform and more about breaking a person down, instilling fear and submission to might. Kirishima didn't want to treat a child that way, nor did he believe he should. So what choice was there? He could only give a measured blow and act cool about it. The kids loved it when someone sounded profound, so he could only hope his words would sink in. You were probably pampered by everyone because of your flashy, powerful quirk, as if the world revolved around you. It's not entirely a bad thing. But kid, if you're going to live with other people, there are boundaries you must respect. Shut up. Don't act all high and mighty. You shark-toothed bastard. Bakugo roared in anger even as he clutched his throbbing head. It was the first time anyone had talked down to him like that. Adults had always heaped praise on him, and his peers either feared him or scrambled to be his friend. No one had ever looked down on Bakugo until now. With a helpless shrug, Kirishima said, Look, I'm not exactly in a position to be all saintly here, but let me give you one last piece of advice. Anyone who crosses that line is a villain. The moment your powerful gift is aimed at an innocent person, you've crossed over. There's no excuse like, we're pals. So think it over, you cheeky little brat. Without another word, Bakugo staggered to his feet and shifted back into a fighting stance. In a dry tone, Kirishima observed, Really? You want to fight again? Why not just stop? You can feel it too. Right now, you can't beat me. Grinding his teeth in silence, Bakugo then bellowed with rising fury, Yeah. Damn shark-toothed bastard. I lost today. But next time I'm gonna win. I will win. Do what you want. I don't think I'll lose next time either. Let's go, Mina. Clearly still steaming, Bakugo muttered a defeated tone before suddenly raising his voice once more. Kirishima snorted softly, replying coolly as he called out to Ashido. Ashido immediately grabbed Kirishima's hand and fell in step behind him. As Kirishima led the way back to the lodge with Ashido, he noticed Midoriya standing still, almost frozen in place, and called out, Deku. Is that what he calls you? Huh? No. My name is Midoriya Izuku. Deku is just what Katsuki calls me, right? Midoriya, I don't really know your situation. I only heard you're quirkless. He added quietly.
Yeah.
Anyway, Midoriya, this might sound a bit strange coming from a stranger, but you should be proud of who you are. Your wonderful parents brought you into this world, so you're valuable just as you are. Whether or not you have a quirk doesn't matter at all. A person who can't value themselves will always be at the mercy of others, society, or circumstance. You don't want that, do you? So even if change isn't instant, at least try. I don't really get it, but okay. All right then. You were so quiet and withdrawn I ended up meddling in your business. I'm off now. Maybe we'll run into each other again sometime. As Kirishima walked away, he couldn't help but chide himself for the unnecessary sermon. With the weight of his previous life now mingling with his current years, he was starting to sound like an old fuddy-duddy. He knew all too well that a flick to the forehead or a few harsh words wouldn't change a person. Soon after, with Ishido still grumbling about Bakugo, Kirishima reached the lodge, and instantly he regretted getting involved. Inside, Ishido's parents were chatting warmly with a woman who very much looked like the mother of that insolent little brat they just met. With her wildly disheveled blonde hair hanging in every direction, as if she'd been hit by a bomb, it was impossible to miss her. "Oh, Ijiro, you're back? How was it around here?" "Ah, yes, but who's this by your side?" "Oh, this is Bakugo Mitsuki. He came with us to the lodge." "Hello.
I'm Kirishima Eiro.
It's nice to meet you, Mrs. Bakugo." "Hello.
I'm Ashido Mina."
The woman, who must be Bakugo's mother, laughed brightly at their greetings. "Hi there. You're both just adorable. And if you came from that way, you must have already met our Katsuki and Midoriya, right? Did you exchange greetings?" "Yes, we met along the way. He's quite an interesting kid." We did greet each other, even if it involved a few fists in that rough atmosphere, Kirishima thought to himself. Really? Katsuki isn't usually that entertaining. Though judging by your height, maybe he finally met his match. She laughed heartily as she spoke, watching her, just as friendly as Ishido's family. Kirishima couldn't help but wonder why he always found himself surrounded by such sociable people. Soon enough, someone mentioned that they'd all be having dinner together. "Oh, Mina, Kirishima. Tonight we're having dinner with both the Bakugo and Midoriya families. Since the lodge's outdoor area is set up for a barbecue, it'll be more fun if we all enjoy it together. Don't you think? That makes sense." "No, it really doesn't." Before he knew it, Kirishima began to regret the grand advice he dished out after the fight, already dreading the embarrassment of it all. He doubted either Bakugo or Midoriya would run straight to their parents to tattle, Bakugo too proud and Midoriya far too timid. Yet the mortification of having spoken so awkwardly was hard to shake off. "Wow, Ijiro, that sounds fun, right? Are you really okay with this? Come on, that blonde kid Bakugo, was it? He'll probably mellow out when he's with his mom. Besides, after a fight, people always end up closer. What kind of shonen manga logic is that?" "Well, it is a shonen manga after all." "No, Mina, that's... Oh my. Did you two actually fight with Katsuki?" "Ah, yes. Well, so who won?" "Katsuki might be fierce, but I doubt he could ever beat Kirishima-chan." "You won, didn't you?" Hearing Bakugo Mitsuki ask about the outcome with sparkling curiosity sent a cold sweat down Kirishima's back. High-spirited people in this world were difficult to handle in every way. "Well, I did win, yes." Kirishima's usually measured tone trailed off, a rarity that made her laugh as she patted his shoulder. "If you won, then why the long face? Were you afraid I'd scold you?" "No, it's just that you're her precious son, and I feel sorry for having to lay a hand on him. It was really just a flick to the forehead. Nothing major." "Oh, it's fine. It's perfectly all right. Kids grow by fighting, don't they? Besides, our Katsuki needs to learn what it's like to lose once in a while." Bakugo Mitsuki burst into hearty laughter, a sound that, for once, made Kirishima smile at his uncharacteristic acceptance of defeat. But you'll still be friends with our Katsuki, right? You're not the type to hit him and then run away like a coward, are you? Yes. We'll be friends, I promise. Good. That's all that matters. Relieved by her buoyant assurance, Kirishima eventually met up with the still sulking Bakugo and the timid Midoriya that evening. Damn shark teeth. Why the hell do I have to eat with you? Ask your mom, not me. Watching Bakugo growl in a low, begrudging tone from the table where all the kids had gathered, Kirishima sighed. Beside him, Shido was teasing Midoriya by puffing his cheeks, while Midoriya, clearly flustered, tried his best to act nonchalant when talking to a girl. In that chaotic moment, Kirishima felt an unexpected headache coming on, as if he desperately needed to escape. He was only 5 years old, yet life already felt overwhelmingly exhausting. Still, the barbecue was delicious and the view spectacular. In the end, the kids managed to bond in their own way and played together until bedtime. Bakugo continued to grumble, but he didn't storm off on his own. And so, the first day of their unforgettable summer trip came to a close. The first night of the eventful trip had passed, and morning broke. As usual, Kirishima woke early and quietly slipped out the door. Unlike the smoggy city, the fresh, crisp air greeted him warmly. After a brief warm-up, he began shadowboxing. Since he was on vacation, he had no desire to push himself too hard. Still, a bit of exercise made the day feel invigorating. Hey. Bakugo, who had somehow wandered from the lodge and was quietly watching Kirishima, called out, "Hup, what?" Without pausing his rhythm, Kirishima replied. He'd known all along that the stubborn little kid was keeping an eye on him. Kirishima wasn't bothered by the observation. It wasn't interference, merely a spectator's attention as he continued his routine. After dodging an imaginary punch with a fluid weave and chaining a left body shot into a sharp uppercut, he heard Bakugo's low, steady voice. "If I learn that too, will I get stronger?" Halting his movement, Kirishima turned to face Bakugo. The kid's pride was almost as big as his determination. He wanted to learn boxing? Of course. Even the basics make you stronger than if you learned nothing at all. In this world, so many battles rely overly on a quirk. Combat skills really mean knowing how to use that quirk effectively. But what's wrong with honing the way you use your quirk? And what do you mean, this world? Let's not get sidetracked. There's nothing inherently wrong with using your quirk. But remember, humans have 2 arms and 2 legs even without one. Sure, heteromorphs are a special case, but for most people, arms and legs are all you need to fight. Fine-tune your fighting skills, and you'll be ready for more challenges. Ha! If that's hard to grasp, imagine it like a card game. Think of your quirk as the trump card in your deck. Naturally, you'd build your strategy around it. But life doesn't always play out perfectly. A trump card can be negated or countered. Then what? Are you just going to sit back and wait for someone else to act? Or resign yourself to defeat? I know you're not the type to give up. I'm guessing you share the same stubborn drive. Yeah, I guess so. Bakugo grunted in acknowledgement. Sure enough, even this fiercely proud kid, hard to believe he was the same age, had a point. That's why you need proper training in martial arts. At the very least, learning them won't leave you at a disadvantage. By training in martial arts and strengthening your body, minor injuries remain minor, serious ones can be reduced, and even potentially life-threatening blows might just hurt a bit rather than costing you your life. You might even save someone who would otherwise be lost. Got it, Midoriya? Kirishima's words reached Midoriya, who had been peeking through the slight gap in the lodge door, eavesdropping on their conversation. Finally aware of his presence, Bakugo scowled and turned away. Midoriya, red-faced and fidgeting with his hands, stammered, I wasn't trying to eavesdrop. It's all right. Since it's a conversation you're allowed to hear, I'm glad you came over to listen, Kirishima said. Oh! Hesitantly, Midoriya joined Bakugo at his side. Bakugo's expression remained unamused, but he said nothing further. Kirishima, inwardly pleased that his lengthy talk from the previous day had found its mark, continued speaking without betraying a hint of satisfaction. Listen, this is just what I think. Martial arts have nearly vanished these days, so you probably never had the chance to learn. In your case, Midoriya, most people around you probably dismissed you as useless because you're quirkless, so the idea of training might never have even occurred to you. Teach, that's not. Midoriya began to protest, then fell silent, lowering his head. Because it was true. Even his mom, usually the one who loved him more than anyone, had expressed regret rather than encouragement. And the others had nothing more to add. Hold your head up. What did you do wrong? If you haven't done anything, don't lower it. I told you this yesterday, hold on to your pride. You still want to be a hero, right? Huh? How did you know? You talked about heroes non-stop at dinner last night. Did you really think I wouldn't notice? Sure, a kid might have what some call a foolish dream, but who cares? If you want to be a hero, then go all in. Yeah! Before Midoriya could lower his head again, Kirishima roughly tousled his hair. The strands, still tousled from not having washed, clung to his hand. Not again, keep your head up. If you want to be a hero without a quirk, you have to believe in yourself. From now on, everyone will tell you that you can't do it, but you still want to, don't you? You want to save people. So do it. Even if you fail miserably, fight until your last breath. Show the world your determination and declare it proudly. I will become a hero. What you want to do and what you're capable of are not always the same. Even so, from the perspective of someone daring to challenge the impossible, Midoriya's dream of becoming a hero despite being quirkless didn't seem so far-fetched. Kirishima, blessed in so many ways, couldn't help but feel a twinge of apprehension when he thought of the unbeatable All Might. It wasn't just that All Might was strong. For Kirishima, the key was that the man was indisputably the strongest. As one who dreamed of being the strongest, it almost felt like cheating. Yet this only fueled his determination further. Really, wasn't it easier for a quirkless person to become a hero than for someone like him to surpass All Might? At the very least, I believe there's no reason a quirkless person can't be a hero. Frankly, I don't understand why they treat us like we're handicapped. They act as if we were born without arms or legs, but when it comes to fighting, most humans aren't all that different from us. And to look down on us just because we're quirkless, it's absurd. It's not like someone without a tongue is going to become a gourmet or a blind person the world's top art appraiser. Do you really think so? This time, Bakugo was the one answering, his expression betraying his reluctance to agree. Breaking free from a fixed mindset wasn't easy. Yeah, I truly believe that even without leaning on a quirk, people can become strong. So work hard, Midoriya. I can at least teach you the basics of training. Of course, I'm still just a kid aspiring to be a hero myself. Thanks, Kirishima, Midoriya said, nodding determinedly. Seeing Bakugo's disgruntled expression beside him, Kirishima chuckled softly and patted both of them on the shoulder. If either of you ever want to train, get in touch after we leave here. You have phones, right? And if not, you can always reach me on my PC. I can put together a training program for you, although it won't compare to having me there to guide you in person. It's certainly better than doing nothing. And if there's a martial arts dojo near your place, sign up, though I doubt there is one nearby. With breakfast fast approaching, Kirishima rounded up the duo and led them back to the lodge. Ashido, notorious for sleeping in, was only just emerging from her room. Oh, good morning, Ijiro. Morning? Bakugo, Midoriya. Aren't you treating Shark Teeth and us two differently, Black Eyes? Bakugo grumbled, annoyed at how Ashido's cheerful greeting contrasted with her still half-asleep state. Ashido giggled in reply. Of course. Ijiro is cool and handsome after all. You don't look bad either. but your temper leaves a lot to be desired. And Midoriya, you're cute too. If you want the same treatment as Aijiro, then you both need to step up your game. Humph. I don't need any special treatment, Bakugo muttered. The girl said I'm cute. Bakugo grumbled as he headed toward the dining hall, while Midoriya murmured to himself, clearly touched. Kirishima laughed and headed to his room. After a quick wash, breakfast turned out to be delicious. The table where all the kids gathered was rather noisy. Hey, Aijiro, after breakfast, we're all heading to the valley to play. Sounds fun, right? One of the mothers, chatting with the others, suddenly remembered the day's schedule and announced it. Oh, the valley? Yes, come to think of it, isn't this your first time playing in the water too? Aijiro, you'll even learn how to swim, your father will teach you. After some water fun, we'll have lunch right there with the meal the lodge prepared. That sounds fun. Wow, water play, water play. Though Ishido was practically bouncing with excitement, everyone managed to finish their breakfast without any trouble. After clearing the dishes and packing up their picnic lunches, the group set off for the valley. In a cheerful, bustling mood, they arrived at the valley and spread out at a suitable spot. Before stepping into the water, Kirishima removed his t-shirt. When his body was revealed, sculpted as though carved by a master Greek sculptor, everyone, except his family who was used to the sight, stared in awe. Wow, Kirishima, your body is incredible. Unbelievable, Aijiro. TCH. While a glimpse of defined arm muscles suggested his strength, once his shirt was off, the display of muscles was anything but childlike. The children offered their impressions in their own ways. Midoriya was genuinely impressed, and Ishido clapped her hands with delight, whereas Bakugo turned his head with a scowl. Then the adults began commenting on Kirishima's slightly embarrassed expression. Kirishima must really work out. Can a kid develop that kind of physique just from exercise? Stop nitpicking. Just admit that it's impressive. All right. It is impressive. Kirishima. Haha. He hadn't built that body to show off, so the unexpected admiration made him blush. In his past life, he had displayed this form before hundreds of thousands watching his matches. Now, after reincarnation, such a reaction felt refreshingly new. After the brief muscle appraisal, the children dove into the water. While each father took charge of teaching his child how to swim, Kirishima moved through the water with natural skill. Before long, his father also took a moment to instruct Midoriya on swimming. Even after the exhausted dads stepped away, having been drained by the kids' endless energy, the children continued to play joyfully. Kirishima enjoyed the water play so much that he soon began to feel hungry. The group returned to the picnic mats and opened their lunch boxes brought from the lodge. Inside, boxes brimming with delicious-looking inari sushi awaited them. Just as the hungry group was about to begin eating, the man they'd met the previous day appeared upstream in the valley. Oh my, good afternoon. Ah yes, hello. Wow, it's the uncle from yesterday. Hello. Receiving Ishido's enthusiastic greeting as if they were old friends, he smiled warmly. So you're out here with the kids enjoying lunch. It looks delicious. Haha. His kindly curved eyes fell on the children as he spoke. Smoothly, he declined the group's invitation to join them. Haha. If I joined, those adorable little ones would get less to eat, wouldn't they? Besides, I do love my meals. I'm a big eater after all. And I already asked the lodge to prepare lunch for me. With that, he strolled back toward the lodge. Kirishima watched the spot where he vanished with a cool, thoughtful gaze. Just like yesterday, there was something enigmatic about the man. From wearing long-sleeved hiking clothes in summer to having skin so pale and immaculate for someone who spent time outdoors, he was hard to figure out. Aijiro, what are you doing instead of eating? Oh, nothing at all. Haha. Dismissed from any lingering doubts by his mother's question, Kirishima resumed his meal. The cool breeze, the gentle murmur of flowing water, and this time spent with good people made everything delightful. Kirishima decided to leave his worries behind and fully embrace a day he knew he would never live again. The explosion of flavor from the sushi, combined with this first truly joyful summer of both his past and present lives, wove a memory that would last forever. It was a good day. After a delicious lunch, the children dashed back to the stream. Kirishima joined their playful romp, marveling at their boundless energy. To be fair, he was mainly keeping a watchful eye on the kids who had just learned how to swim, ensuring none of them drifted away. Ijiro, stand still. Let's attack Ijiro first instead of me. Oh, bring it on, shark teeth. Sorry, Kirishima. The sight of the children splashing about was utterly endearing. Even the crusty little bombhead couldn't help but join in. Did he finally lose his mind? With a soft chuckle at the absurd thought, Kirishima obliged the trio, dunking each of their heads into the cool water as they teamed up to drench him. They played for another 3 hours after lunch until the kids, thoroughly exhausted, clambered out of the water. After a full morning of aquatic antics, everyone made their way back to the lodge with their families. Once they'd washed up and changed out of their soggy clothes, the children gathered once more on the first floor. The adults were still elsewhere, most likely busy with their own post-swim routines. I still think All Might is the coolest. So Deku gets in on it too? Yeah, All Might is the best. I mean, All Might is awesome, but Endeavor's pretty fantastic as well. His flaming beard is incredible. I'd love to give it a touch. It must keep him warm even during winter. Huh? I always found Endeavor a bit intimidating. What about you, Kirishima? You're an All Might fan too, right? I'm not really into All Might as much as you think. What? Why not? Midoriya, clearly taken aback by the unexpected answer, asked for an explanation. Oh, Ijiro, you're back? How was it around here? Ah, yes, but who's this by your side? Oh, this is Bakugo Mitsuki. He came with us to the lodge. Hello.
I'm Kirishima Eiro.
It's nice to meet you, Mrs. Bakugo. Hello.
I'm Ashido Mina.
The woman, who must be Bakugo's mother, laughed brightly at their greetings. Hi there. You're both just adorable. And if you came from that way, you must have already met our Katsuki and Midoriya, right? Did you exchange greetings? Yes, we met along the way. He's quite an interesting kid. We did greet each other, even if it involved a few fists in that rough atmosphere. Kirishima thought to himself. Really? Katsuki isn't usually that entertaining. Though judging by your height, maybe he finally met his match. She laughed heartily as she spoke, watching her, just as friendly as Ashido's family. Kirishima couldn't help but wonder why he always found himself surrounded by such sociable people. Soon enough, someone mentioned that they'd all be having dinner together. Oh, Mina, Kirishima. Tonight we're having dinner with both the Bakugo and Midoriya families. Since the lodge's outdoor area is set up for a barbecue, it'll be more fun if we all enjoy it together. Don't you think? That makes sense. No, it really doesn't. Before he knew it, Kirishima began to regret the grand advice he dished out after the fight, already dreading the embarrassment of it all. He doubted either Bakugo or Midoriya would run straight to their parents to tattle. Bakugo too proud and Midoriya far too timid. Yet the mortification of having spoken so awkwardly was hard to shake off. Wow, Ijiro, that sounds fun, right? Are you really okay with this? Come on, that blonde kid Bakugo, was it? He'll probably mellow out when he's with his mom. Besides, after a fight, people always end up closer. What kind of shonen manga logic is that? Well, it is a shonen manga after all. No, Mina, that's... Oh my. Did you two actually fight with Katsuki? Ah, yes. Well, so who won? Katsuki might be fierce, but I doubt he could ever beat Kirishima-chan. You won, didn't you? Hearing Bakugo Mitsuki ask about the outcome with sparkling curiosity sent a cold sweat down Kirishima's back. High-spirited people in this world were difficult to handle in every way. Well, I did win, yes. Kirishima's usually measured tone trailed off, a rarity that made her laugh as she patted his shoulder. If you won, then why the long face? Were you afraid I'd scold you? No, it's just that you're her precious son, and I feel sorry for having to lay a hand on him. It was really just a flick to the forehead. Nothing major. Oh, it's fine. It's perfectly all right. Kids grow by fighting, don't they? Besides, our Katsuki needs to learn what it's like to lose once in a while. Bakugo Mitsuki burst into hearty laughter, a sound that, for once, made Kirishima smile at his uncharacteristic acceptance of defeat. But you'll still be friends with our Katsuki, right? You're not the type to hit him and then run away like a coward, are you? Yes. We'll be friends, I promise. Good. That's all that matters. Relieved by her buoyant assurance, Kirishima eventually met up with the still sulking Bakugo and the timid Midoriya that evening. Damn shark teeth. Why the hell do I have to eat with you? Ask your mom, not me. Watching Bakugo growl in a low, begrudging tone from the table where all the kids had gathered, Kirishima sighed. Beside him, Ashido was teasing Midoriya by puffing his cheeks, while Midoriya, clearly flustered, tried his best to act nonchalant when talking to a girl. In that chaotic moment, Kirishima felt an unexpected headache coming on, as if he desperately needed to escape. He was only 5 years old, yet life already felt overwhelmingly exhausting. Still, the barbecue was delicious and the view spectacular. In the end, the kids managed to bond in their own way and played together until bedtime. Bakugo continued to grumble, but he didn't storm off on his own. And so, the first day of their unforgettable summer trip came to a close. The first night of the eventful trip had passed, and morning broke. As usual, Kirishima woke early and quietly slipped out the door. Unlike the smoggy city, the fresh, crisp air greeted him warmly. After a brief warm-up, he began shadowboxing. Since he was on vacation, he had no desire to push himself too hard. Still, a bit of exercise made the day feel invigorating. Hey. Bakugo, who had somehow wandered from the lodge and was quietly watching Kirishima, called out, "Hup, what?" Without pausing his rhythm, Kirishima replied. He'd known all along that the stubborn little kid was keeping an eye on him. Kirishima wasn't bothered by the observation. It wasn't interference, merely a spectator's attention as he continued his routine. After dodging an imaginary punch with a fluid weave and chaining a left body shot into a sharp uppercut, he heard Bakugo's low, steady voice. "If I learn that too, will I get stronger?" Halting his movement, Kirishima turned to face Bakugo. The kid's pride was almost as big as his determination. He wanted to learn boxing? Of course. Even the basics make you stronger than if you learned nothing at all. In this world, so many battles rely overly on a quirk. Combat skills really mean knowing how to use that quirk effectively. But what's wrong with honing the way you use your quirk? And what do you mean, this world? Let's not get sidetracked. There's nothing inherently wrong with using your quirk. But remember, humans have 2 arms and 2 legs even without one. Sure, heteromorphs are a special case, but for most people, arms and legs are all you need to fight. Fine-tune your fighting skills, and you'll be ready for more challenges. Ha! If that's hard to grasp, imagine it like a card game. Think of your quirk as the trump card in your deck. Naturally, you'd build your strategy around it. But life doesn't always play out perfectly. Trump card can be negated or countered. Then what? Are you just going to sit back and wait for someone else to act? Or resign yourself to defeat? I know you're not the type to give up. I'm guessing you share the same stubborn drive. Yeah, I guess so. Bakugo grunted in acknowledgement. Sure enough, even this fiercely proud kid, hard to believe he was the same age, had a point. That's why you need proper training in martial arts. At the very least, learning them won't leave you at a disadvantage. By training in martial arts and strengthening your body, minor injuries remain minor, serious ones can be reduced, and even potentially life-threatening blows might just hurt a bit rather than costing you your life. You might even save someone who would otherwise be lost. Got it, Midoriya? Kirishima's words reached Midoriya, who had been peeking through the slight gap in the lodge door, eavesdropping on their conversation. Finally aware of his presence, Bakugo scowled and turned away. Midoriya, red-faced and fidgeting with his hands, stammered, I wasn't trying to eavesdrop. It's all right. Since it's a conversation you're allowed to hear, I'm glad you came over to listen, Kirishima said. Oh. Hesitantly, Midoriya joined Bakugo at his side. Bakugo's expression remained unamused, but he said nothing further. Kirishima, inwardly pleased that his lengthy talk from the previous day had found its mark, continued speaking without betraying a hint of satisfaction. Listen, this is just what I think. Martial arts have nearly vanished these days, so you probably never had the chance to learn. In your case, Midoriya, most people around you probably dismissed you as useless because you're quirkless, so the idea of training might never have even occurred to you. That's not. Midoriya began to protest, then fell silent, lowering his head. Because it was true. Even his mom, usually the one who loved him more than anyone, had expressed regret rather than encouragement. And the others had nothing more to add. Hold your head up. What did you do wrong? If you haven't done anything, don't lower it. I told you this yesterday, hold on to your pride. You still want to be a hero, right? Huh? How did you know? You talked about heroes non-stop at dinner last night. Did you really think I wouldn't notice? Sure, a kid might have what some call a foolish dream, but who cares? If you want to be a hero, then go all in. Yeah! Before Midoriya could lower his head again, Kirishima roughly tousled his hair. The strands, still tousled from not having washed, clung to his hand. Not again, keep your head up. If you want to be a hero without a quirk, you have to believe in yourself. From now on, everyone will tell you that you can't do it, but you still want to, don't you? You want to save people. So do it. Even if you fail miserably, fight until your last breath. Show the world your determination and declare it proudly. I will become a hero. What you want to do and what you're capable of are not always the same. Even so, from the perspective of someone daring to challenge the impossible, Midoriya's dream of becoming a hero despite being quirkless didn't seem so far-fetched. Kirishima, blessed in so many ways, couldn't help but feel a twinge of apprehension when he thought of the unbeatable All Might. It wasn't just that All Might was strong. For Kirishima, the key was that the man was indisputably the strongest. As one who dreamed of being the strongest, it almost felt like cheating. Yet this only fueled his determination further. Really, wasn't it easier for a quirkless person to become a hero than for someone like him to surpass All Might? At the very least, I believe there's no reason a quirkless person can't be a hero. Frankly, I don't understand why they treat us like we're handicapped. They act as if we were born without arms or legs, but when it comes to fighting, most humans aren't all that different from us. And to look down on us just because we're quirkless, it's absurd. It's not like someone without a tongue is going to become a gourmet or a blind person the world's top art appraiser. Do you really think so? This time, Bakugo was the one answering, his expression betraying his reluctance to agree. Breaking free from a fixed mindset wasn't easy. Yeah, I truly believe that even without leaning on a quirk, people can become strong. So work hard, Midoriya. I can at least teach you the basics of training. Of course, I'm still just a kid aspiring to be a hero myself. Thanks, Kirishima, Midoriya said, nodding determinedly. Seeing Bakugo's disgruntled expression beside him, Kirishima chuckled softly and patted both of them on the shoulder. If either of you ever want to train, get in touch after we leave here. You have phones, right? And if not, you can always reach me on my PC. I can put together a training program for you, although it won't compare to having me there to guide you in person. It's certainly better than doing nothing. And if there's a martial arts dojo near your place, sign up. Though I doubt there is one nearby. With breakfast fast approaching, Kirishima rounded up the duo and led them back to the lodge. Ashido, notorious for sleeping in, was only just emerging from her room. Oh, good morning, Ijiro. Morning? Bakugo, Midoriya. Aren't you treating shark teeth and us two differently, Black Eyes? Bakugo grumbled, annoyed at how Ashido's cheerful greeting contrasted with her still half-asleep state. Ashido giggled in reply. Of course, Ijiro is cool and handsome after all. You don't look bad either. But your temper leaves a lot to be desired. And Midoriya, you're cute too. If you want the same treatment as Ijiro, then you both need to step up your game. Humph. I don't need any special treatment, Bakugo muttered. The girl said I'm cute. Bakugo grumbled as he headed toward the dining hall, while Midoriya murmured to himself, clearly touched. Kirishima laughed and headed to his room. After a quick wash, breakfast turned out to be delicious. The table where all the kids gathered was rather noisy. Hey, Ijiro, after breakfast, we're all heading to the valley to play. Sounds fun, right? One of the mothers, chatting with the others, suddenly remembered the day's schedule and announced it. Oh, the valley? Yes, come to think of it, isn't this your first time playing in the water too? Ijiro, you'll even learn how to swim, your father will teach you. After some water fun, we'll have lunch right there with the meal the lodge prepared. That sounds fun. Wow, water play, water play. Though Ashido was practically bouncing with excitement, everyone managed to finish their breakfast without any trouble. After clearing the dishes and packing up their picnic lunches, the group set off for the valley. In a cheerful, bustling mood, they arrived at the valley and spread out at a suitable spot. Before stepping into the water, Kirishima removed his t-shirt. When his body was revealed, sculpted as though carved by a master Greek sculptor, everyone, except his family who was used to the sight, stared in awe. Wow, Kirishima, your body is incredible. Unbelievable, Ijiro. TCH. While a glimpse of defined arm muscles suggested his strength, once his shirt was off, the display of muscles was anything but childlike. The children offered their impressions in their own ways. Midoriya was genuinely impressed, and Ashido clapped her hands with delight, whereas Bakugo turned his head with a scowl. Then the adults began commenting on Kirishima's slightly embarrassed expression. Kirishima must really work out. Can a kid develop that kind of physique just from exercise? Stop nitpicking. Just admit that it's impressive. All right. It is impressive. Kirishima. Haha. He hadn't built that body to show off, so the unexpected admiration made him blush. In his past life, he had displayed this form before hundreds of thousands watching his matches. Now, after reincarnation, such a reaction felt refreshingly new. After the brief muscle appraisal, the children dove into the water. While each father took charge of teaching his child how to swim, Kirishima moved through the water with natural skill. Before long, his father also took a moment to instruct Midoriya on swimming. Even after the exhausted dads stepped away, having been drained by the kids' endless energy, the children continued to play joyfully. Kirishima enjoyed the water play so much that he soon began to feel hungry. The group returned to the picnic mats and opened their lunch boxes brought from the lodge. Inside, boxes brimming with delicious-looking inari sushi awaited them. Just as the hungry group was about to begin eating, the man they'd met the previous day appeared upstream in the valley. Oh my, good afternoon. Ah yes, hello. Wow, it's the uncle from yesterday. Hello. Receiving Ashido's enthusiastic greeting as if they were old friends, he smiled warmly. So you're out here with the kids enjoying lunch. It looks delicious. Haha. His kindly curved eyes fell on the children as he spoke. Smoothly, he declined the group's invitation to join them. Haha, if I joined, those adorable little ones would get less to eat, wouldn't they? Besides, I do love my meals. I'm a big eater after all. And I already asked the lodge to prepare lunch for me. With that, he strolled back toward the lodge. Kirishima watched the spot where he vanished with a cool, thoughtful gaze. Just like yesterday, there was something enigmatic about the man. From wearing long-sleeved hiking clothes in summer to having skin so pale and immaculate for someone who spent time outdoors, he was hard to figure out. Aijiro, what are you doing instead of eating? Oh, nothing at all. Haha. Dismissed from any lingering doubts by his mother's question, Kirishima resumed his meal. The cool breeze, the gentle murmur of flowing water, and this time spent with good people made everything delightful. Kirishima decided to leave his worries behind and fully embrace a day he knew he would never live again. The explosion of flavor from the sushi, combined with this first truly joyful summer of both his past and present lives, wove a memory that would last forever. It was a good day. After a delicious lunch, the children dashed back to the stream. Kirishima joined their playful romp, marveling at their boundless energy. To be fair, he was mainly keeping a watchful eye on the kids who had just learned how to swim, ensuring none of them drifted away. Aijiro, stand still. Let's attack Aijiro first instead of me. Oh, bring it on, shark teeth. Sorry, Kirishima. The sight of the children splashing about was utterly endearing. Even the crusty little bombhead couldn't help but join in. Did he finally lose his mind? With a soft chuckle at the absurd thought, Kirishima obliged the trio, dunking each of their heads into the cool water as they teamed up to drench him. They played for another 3 hours after lunch until the kids, thoroughly exhausted, clambered out of the water. After a full morning of aquatic antics, everyone made their way back to the lodge with their families. Once they'd washed up and changed out of their soggy clothes, the children gathered once more on the first floor. The adults were still elsewhere, most likely busy with their own post-swim routines. I still think All Might is the coolest. So Deku gets in on it too? Yeah, All Might is the best. I mean, All Might is awesome, but Endeavor's pretty fantastic as well. His flaming beard is incredible. I'd love to give it a touch. It must keep him warm even during winter. Huh? I always found Endeavor a bit intimidating. What about you, Kirishima? You're an All Might fan too, right? I'm not really into All Might as much as you think. What? Why not? Midoriya, clearly taken aback by the unexpected answer, asked for an explanation. Kirishima's thoughts drifted to All Might. There was no denying that All Might was extraordinary. His power was off the charts, and his commitment to justice knew no bounds. In many ways, he was the very embodiment of a hero. Kirishima both admired and appreciated All Might as a symbol of hope. Yet, watching All Might in action, it sometimes seemed as if his feats transcended what any ordinary human should attempt. He appeared to deliberately cultivate the image of an invincible Superman. While it was admirable that he had single-handedly ushered in an era of peace, Kirishima couldn't help but feel that the times were growing warped. People had grown so accustomed to the safety All Might provided that they almost suffocated in complacency. The police, too, were part of this trend. Having been born and raised in America in his previous life, Kirishima found it astonishing how passive and almost impotent the local law enforcement appeared. Despite having the power to investigate and arrest, they'd rather set aside a perfectly good weapon and wait for a hero to tackle any villain, a logic that baffled him. Granted, some villains might be immune to bullets, but most couldn't withstand modern firepower. Even when confrontation was possible, a clear line was drawn. Actual combat was left to the heroes, and that, to him, was hardly a commendable state of affairs. Heroes, too, weren't immune to flaws. Many relied solely on their quirks and simply watched from the sidelines when the situation exceeded their capabilities. Now, as heroes became celebrity figures, many also began to fall prey to greed. Still, as an outsider, Kirishima couldn't claim to fully grasp the internal dynamics at play. Perhaps the restrictions on the activities of both police and heroes were simply reflections of society's own complexities. Shaking his head at the depth of his own musings while talking with the kids, Kirishima softly chided himself. I just think All Might pushes himself too far. Saving 62 cities in one day, that's a bit much, don't you think? That's exactly what makes him cool, I guess. So are we just going to hang out at the lodge and crash tonight? Midoriya's eager expression hinted he was ready to extol All Might's virtues at any moment. Kirishima ruffled his hair and shifted the conversation. Then, Ashido's eyes sparkled as she exclaimed, Ijiro, the caretaker mentioned there was a fork in the road we passed yesterday, right? If we take a little more to the right from there, there's a cabin. Let's go check it out. Deku and I swung by it yesterday. Nothing special about it. Yeah, I went with Kakin, and it was just an ordinary cabin. Really? Do we really need to go? Brimming with excitement, Ashido clenched her fists and waved them energetically. But it's a cabin. It's every kid's dream. And since we're parting ways tomorrow, we should make some memories. I don't really want to make memories with you guys. Saying it like that makes me think we should go. Haven't we already made plenty of memories? Ijiro, don't be so mean. Get on my side. While Bakugo scowled and Midoriya quickly shifted his tone, Kirishima remained impassive, a fact that left Ashido visibly disappointed. In the end, Kirishima had little choice but to relent. From experience, he knew that once Ashido was set on something, she wouldn't stop fussing until she got her way. Fine, if we can go, then let's go. But I doubt the adults will allow it. I already checked with Mom. We just have to be back before dinner. Oh, is that so? With his only escape route cut off, Kirishima gathered the kids and left the lodge. Since they'd had an early lunch, it was just a few minutes past 3 in the afternoon. Still, if they were to return by dinner, it was best to make the trip briskly. After about 5 minutes' walk along the fork they'd passed yesterday, a small cabin came into view. It wasn't sprawling, but it exuded a neat and tidy charm. Ashido's excitement burst forth as she shouted, It's a cabin! Ijiro, it's a cabin! This is going to be so much fun, right? It's just a cabin. What's there to be excited about? Poor Bakugo. He just doesn't appreciate the charm of a good cabin. Don't give me that look, you black-eyed freak. Leaving the bickering children behind, Kirishima pushed open the cabin door and stepped inside. The interior was embraced by warm wooden walls on all sides. The only standout feature was an oven that, despite the cabin's modest size, occupied a large portion of the space. Wow, this is just perfect. I love it here. I just don't get it. Do you really like cramped little houses? Humph. A barbarian like Bakugo wouldn't understand refined taste. What did you say? If I'm a barbarian, then what are you? A cute and pretty princess, of course. Ugh, I've had enough of your nonsense. Just as Ashido prepared to retort to Bakugo's quip, Midoriya smoothly steered the conversation elsewhere. But does anyone actually know what that thing is? I saw it yesterday too, and I couldn't figure out its purpose. That's an oven used for cooking. But isn't it odd? It hardly seems like anyone would be cooking here. There aren't even any ingredients around. Deku, you really don't know, huh? What on earth is that? Scanning the room while ignoring the children's chatter, Kirishima spotted a small brown stain on the floor. I used that for my own purposes. Before he could lean in for a closer look, a deep, gravelly voice echoed through the snug cabin. Straightening up, Kirishima whirled around. The man in the hiking attire they'd seen both yesterday and today now stood in the doorway, having just stepped inside. With a disarmingly gentle smile, he seized Bakugo, who had been lingering at the back, and snapped handcuffs onto him. "Let go of me, you damn pig!" Even as Bakugo struggled, the man, though only about 160 centimeters tall, held him fast with an arm that wouldn't budge. "Why don't you settle down for a bit? I don't know exactly what your quirk does, but you were throwing sparks from your hands. That must make it hard for you to resist your own power, right? Struggle all you want, it won't help. This old man would like you to behave. You're not an ordinary person." Kirishima quickly pulled Ishido and Midoriya behind him before addressing the intruder. He intended to gauge the man's reaction, searching for an opening. After all, in this cramped cabin, every exit aside from the door was effectively sealed. If he was to break free and rescue the kids, he'd have to neutralize the man blocking the way. "Oh, a tough little kid. Are we? You might not seem all that cute, but I'll humor you. I'm just an ordinary person. Absolutely ordinary, in fact. Ha ha ha. Do ordinary people these days even handcuff kids? Ah, it's because I'm an ordinary person with a fondness for good food." Kirishima frowned at him, sensing something unsettling in his tone. "By good food, you mean people?" The shocked inhalations of the children hiding behind him were unmistakable. The man's small eyes curved like crescent moons. With a delighted lilt, he replied, "Oh, correct. You're a smart kid, but you're not really my type. I'm not fond of overly muscular people. I prefer children. They're soft and, well, delicious. And then there are young women. Put it all together, and little girls are simply the best. Ha ha ha." The man licked his lips as his gaze settled on Ishido, who trembled behind Kirishima. Ishido shrank further, pressing her face into Kirishima's back. "Don't move, kid. I never let my guard down just because I'm dealing with children. Listen, let this old man give you a piece of advice. In this society of quirks, it doesn't matter if you're a kid or an adult. This is a world where a child with an angelic face can tear a grown person apart without breaking a sweat." With one hand still over Bakugo's mouth, the man produced a knife from his belt with his other hand, casting a grave warning toward Kirishima. Kirishima had been inching forward, trying desperately to close the gap on his tiptoes, but he was forced to halt. The distance was scarcely a meter, close enough that a slight step would let him reach Bakugo, yet that very proximity became his undoing. Earlier, was it the green-haired kid who wondered why there was an oven without ingredients? Now you understand, don't you? An old man like me doesn't need to store supplies. They come to me all on their own. MMPH. Bakugo tried to shout, but only muffled sounds emerged from beneath the man's hand. Of all the kids, Bakugo, known for his impressive offensive power, now found himself so restrained he couldn't even resist. Kirishima clicked his tongue, pondering his next move. Although Ishido's quirk might have landed a hit, Bakugo and the man were pressed too closely together at that moment. Moreover, wasn't Ishido the one who had ended up at the kindergarten after injuring someone? It was unclear whether she could even target a person with her quirk. And even if she could, there remained the risk that an uncontrolled attack might leave a lasting psychological scar on a child. Some might argue that in a life-or-death situation, such considerations are secondary, but as an adult, Kirishima felt compelled to protect the children. "Now then, how about I explain exactly how I plan to cook you? You might not know this, you've never had it before, but there's nothing in the world as delectable as human meat. And do you know which part is the ultimate delicacy? Of course you don't. How pitiful. To wander through life without ever savoring its finest flavor." The man launched into a stream of nonsensical drivel. Kirishima fixed him with an icy, unyielding stare. For now, he deliberately ignored the desperate expression on Bakugo's face. Bakugo's look, however fierce, was secondary. All that mattered was that Kirishima had to free Bakugo and wrest the children from the man's clutches. In that critical moment, a memory flashed before Kirishima's eyes. It was an image from a manga he had read over 5 years ago. A boy dashing to rescue Bakugo, who was trapped in sludge. I already told you, I like children among all people, right? But even among children, there's one part that's simply irresistible. Can you guess what it is? The thigh. Roast a cut of thigh meat and you get a delicacy like no other in the world. There's nothing sweeter or more delicious. Let Kakin go. It was then that he realized his error. He had been so fixated on the man that he'd lost track of the children trailing behind him. In a reflexive motion, the man thrust his knife toward Midoriya, who had dashed past Kirishima. Instinctively, Kirishima grabbed Midoriya by the nape and yanked him back just before the blade could find its mark. Midoriya tumbled out of the knife's range, but in doing so, Kirishima ended up taking his place. As a flash of silver filled his sight, Kirishima spat out, "Dang, you pig." In that cramped cabin, splatters of blood marred the once peaceful setting. Blood sprayed from the long gash across his forehead. The moment the blade struck, Kirishima twisted his head, letting the knife slide off instead of digging deeper. He tucked his chin and activated hardening, protecting his eyes from harm. Even so, as his hardening cracked, the blade scraped along his forehead bone, its sound echoing throughout the lodge. Without a moment to register the pain, Kirishima lunged forward. He activated hardening on the hand that was covering Bakugo's mouth. Its skin transformed into a deadly blade that jabbed the villain's wrist, forcing him to release his grip. Then, pulling Bakugo toward him, he slammed his body into the villain. The two were hurled through the open door of the lodge, tumbling across the ground. For a brief moment pinned atop the man, Kirishima seized his chance, kicking the still disoriented foe before rising to his feet. With the door still wide open behind him, he snatched a phone from his pocket and hurled it outward, shouting, "Don't come out! Call the police, a hero or your parents, anyone." Only then did the man shake his head and stagger upright. The kindly expression he had worn until now was completely gone. Instead, his face had twisted into a demonic sneer as he spat, "You insolent brat. I'll leave you in a state where neither living nor dying is an option. Do you really think stepping outside will change anything? I'll carve those little brats alive before your eyes, cook them, and force-feed them to you. Your face suits a lowlife reduced to cannibalism. If you were planning to kill us anyway, why waste your breath? Bring it on, trash." Kirishima laughed as he mocked him. The sight of that repulsive creature spouting nonsense, as if he'd ever had any intention of sparing them, was utterly laughable. Meanwhile, Kirishima could feel his body trembling under the man's sticky, murderous intent. It was as if something deep within him was awakening for the first time in a long while. Vitality surged through him, and his spirits soared. Feels like I've come home. Peaceful days had stretched on for far too long. Now was the time to set aside the image of a good, obedient child. A time of blood spattering and bone grinding awaited him. A moment when a single mistake would mean the difference between life and death. A time when those who knelt were separated from those who looked down on them. The moment when beasts clashed, trying to rip each other's throats apart. Yeah, words are useless. Let's start by slicing off your arms and legs. Then we'll talk, you insolent little brat." The man muttered under his breath before charging forward. Kirishima wiped the blood from his forehead that blurred his vision and thought, "This definitely isn't a combat quirk." The man showed no signs of exceptional physical prowess or an emitter-type ability like fire or ice. All he did was swing the knife aimlessly at Kirishima. He might not have much experience fighting unarmed, but his attempt to slash at the arm Kirishima held out was adequate. Constantly on the move to avoid being pinned, Kirishima parried the knife with his hardening, reinforced hands. Even if their raw strength were equal, it was nearly impossible for a child to defeat an adult. The disparity in striking power due to body weight, the loss of initiative from a reach disadvantage, and the gap in physical durability, all these factors favored adults in combat. With strength alone roughly even, victory was far from certain. Well, normally, no. Only normally. Standing at 131 centimeters, Kirishima was noticeably taller than the other children. Considering the man's height was about 160 centimeters, a bit shorter than an average adult Japanese male. This fight wasn't entirely hopeless. The overwhelming gap in ability had cracked the supposedly unbreakable wall of impossibility. At last, his patience gave out as Kirishima sidestepped the straight stab. Simultaneously, he drove his hand into the man's right flank. His hardening, sharpened fingertips found the perfect spot, the liver. I win. Kirishima was certain of his victory. The liver, rich with nerves, was a vital spot. A blow there could knock someone out or bring them to their knees with a single punch. There was no way to remain standing after being jabbed with something so sharp. TCH. Not bad, kid. Yet even as his hand plunged into the man's torso, Kirishima's face hardened at the mocking sneer on his foe's lips. The sensation of his hand driving into flesh felt wrong. There was no resistance, no tearing sensation as if slicing through skin and muscle. A jolt, as if it had pierced his very spine, shot through his mind, warning him of imminent danger. Kirishima tried to pull back immediately, but his forward momentum made it difficult. In that split second, the man's hand shifted. I'll give you credit for making it this far, kid, but it's over now. My quirk is predatory metamorphosis. By consuming a person, I transform into them. It isn't a flawless process, but when I turn into a fat version, I can sometimes shrug off attacks like yours. The man's body slithered downward like mud. Out from within emerged a thin, stick-like figure in his 40s. Regaining his composure, the man smiled again and said, "As promised, I'll feed you your friends. I'd love to serve a gourmet feast to a kid who fought so hard, but those cute little brats have likely already contacted someone outside, so time's short. You'll have to settle for them raw. After all, it's all your own fault, isn't it?" Kirishima clutched his pierced flank and staggered backward. He had activated hardening at the moment of impact, but it was too low level, the effect shattered without mercy. Though it lessened the wound's severity, the injury remained dangerously deep. Deep enough for him to sense defeat. So what? Kirishima grinned. So what if he had a gaping wound in his stomach? Was he supposed to crawl to the killer and beg to be eaten? There was no room for retreat. The only path was forward. Then all he could do was press on and fight. If you're going to yap like that, at least kill me or chop off my arms and legs first. You sound like a rookie. With that shout, Kirishima sprang forward and threw a punch. His right leg contracted then expanded, propelling him off the ground. His left leg braced firmly against the earth, its sudden stop redirecting his force. His hips and waist rotated, amplifying the power rising from below. Even his relaxed shoulder shot forward as if wrenched from its socket. At last, his hardened fist shattered its target. The movement, rehearsed tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of times, unfolded like a perfectly choreographed scene. Kirishima felt the man's jaw crumble as his punch connected. Ha! I'm still not dead, you brat. Come on. You're old enough to know this, aren't you? If you want to kill someone else, you'd better be ready to die too. So let's take this all the way. Let's see who lives and who dies. After delivering the blow, Kirishima dropped to one knee, yet his voice blazed like a roaring fire. The air prickled with murderous intent. Pain in his wounds seared like flames, and even his enemy's face contorted in fury. His blood boiled. Why you? I'll key. The man, clearly shocked, toppled backward onto his rear. With his jaw broken and speech rendered nearly impossible, all he managed was a choking, ragged sound. Kirishima laughed heartily at the pitiful spectacle before him. A villain acting shocked simply because he'd been hurt was utterly pathetic. What's wrong? Regretting trying to eat us now? You shouldn't have done it in the first place. He would fight on until his last breath. If he lost an arm, he'd rely on his legs. If his legs were gone too, he'd crawl and bite. As long as his body could move, he wouldn't stop until the very end. Isn't that the spirit of anyone who fights with their life on the line? The man, clearly no fighter but just a coward who preyed on the weak, probably didn't understand that at all. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. I'll definitely kill you. Bring it on. Try it. The frenzy of battle seized Kirishima. He pushed himself upright and advanced on the man. The irate man swung his knife wildly. Kirishima dodged the blade and delivered a clean punch to his face. The honed fist sent blood streaming from the man's nose. His cheek swelled and the skin around his eye split open. While the man's face turned into a bloody mess, Kirishima wasn't spared either. Cuts and stab wounds marred his body, and a deep laceration in his thigh had already compromised his mobility. The man screamed in disbelief that a child could beat him. Aya, a kid. You think you can kill me the way other kids have? Ignoring the man's incoherent shouts, Kirishima continued to throw punch after punch. As he battled on the blurred line between conscious strategy and instinct, the man began to feel fear. He wanted to gouge out Kirishima's eyes, those eyes that seemed to stare vacantly. He wanted to snap the arms that came at him with such impossible speed. He wanted to sever those legs that danced both within and just outside the blade's reach. You little bastard! At that moment, Kirishima's right fist smashed into the man's temple. The man crumpled to his knees. Kirishima's right hand hardened into a lethal weapon. He intended to kill him. There was no safer way to subdue this monster. The man's tongue had gone slack, leaving him only gasping for breath, while his eyes still held the desperate pleading of those he had once preyed upon. Kirishima sneered. For all his filth, couldn't the man display even a shred of dignity in his final moments? Was his pride reserved only for when he threatened weaker children? Well, that's probably why he lives like this. Just as Kirishima drew his hand back to stab the man's throat, his body froze. The explosive rush of adrenaline that had carried him this far faded in an instant. The backlash from his violent movement, as blood continued to gush from his side, washed over him. Pain radiated from his cuts and stab wounds, seeping through his entire body. He couldn't move, as if pinned beneath a pair of steel scissors. He only needed to reach out one more time, yet his shoulder and arm felt as though they had turned to stone. Cage.
Yeah.
You've reached your limit too. Hee. You're done for. Even with his face ruined, the man laughed. Like any other villain, this twisted little demon was, in the end, still human. Even an adult would run if confronted by someone brandishing a knife with lethal intent. But what about this demon of a brat? He had charged in with reckless excitement. All that talk about having caught his friend or planning to kill them was nothing more than an excuse. As one broken by circumstance, the man knew one thing for certain. Even now, that brat, glaring at him with clenched teeth and an arm hanging limply, was utterly consumed by the madness of battle. Ah, damn. My body stops here. Kirishima tried to move, but his already battered, exhausted body sank further with every passing moment. He glared at the man laughing in delight, yet his body would not respond. A sudden silence fell between the two combatants, both rendered incapable of further movement. Between their crossed gazes, twisted malice and madness churned and swirled. For a brief moment, the man began to stagger to his feet. His pupils were unfocused, his body swaying as though the shock had not yet subsided, but he didn't care. Slowly, very slowly, he picked up the knife he had dropped and raised his blood-stained hand. The air was so taut with tension it felt as if the knife might slip at any second. Kirishima! The tightly shut door of the lodge flew open, and children burst out running. Kirishima wanted to yell for them to return inside, but no sound came from his battered lips. "Don't come out, you idiots." He barely managed to twitch his stiff wrist a few times in a feeble attempt to signal them back, when the man's hand, hoisted with immense effort, crashed down along with the knife. Until the very end, Kirishima fixed his unwavering gaze on the man. The blade swept mercilessly toward Kirishima's head. Then, in a split second, a deafening blast tore through the air beside his ear. It was a gunshot. Kirishima felt his strength drain away as his body tilted, and with his heavy, fading eyes he thought, "I'm the one who should finish this." He recalled a moment when the distant blare of a ship's horn echoed across the horizon. A myriad of sounds brushed past his ears like fleeting whispers. The cries of children, the wail of sirens, and the shouts of an unknown stranger. With those fading echoes behind him, Kirishima felt himself sinking deeper and deeper. Amid the mingled sensations of buoyancy and descent, a figure appeared before the closed-eyed Kirishima. It was his former self, Gene Peterson. "What do you think?" He let the question hang in the air, as if it needed no explanation. Rather than demand clarification, Kirishima forced open his heavy eyelids, struggling to stay awake. Usually, meeting your inner self is reserved for a protagonist standing at the brink of death. But you're no protagonist, you're hardly even badly hurt. Sure, your injuries are serious, but with prompt treatment, they're nothing you can't handle. You know that, right? Yeah.
Ido.
Kirishima answered in a hoarse tone, locking eyes with his other self. The other Kirishima smiled broadly as he returned the gaze. When Kirishima noticed that those once familiar blue eyes now held a strange chill, his other self spoke again. "I'm just curious." "Curious about what?" "To me, you're utterly fascinating. In that fight earlier, you were undeniably exhilarated, so thrilled even." I was indeed." "You were relishing beating up a murderer, weren't you? Even as he slashed and stabbed you, you grumbled, and deep down, you enjoyed every moment." "Did I?" "Oh, you certainly did." Finding such certainty in his other self's tone, Kirishima replied in a resigned murmur. "Well, if that's what you say. So, what exactly are you curious about? You're completely insane."
Trolig, utterly mad.
"Right? But here's something odd. Even though you were intoxicated with the thrill of battle, bleeding profusely and not quite thinking straight, you managed to block every route that villain could have taken toward the kids. Isn't that strange? Perhaps. But what exactly are you getting at? Stop beating around the bush and speak plainly." At Kirishima's unwavering retort, his other self chuckled dismissively. "Heh, when you get serious, you're as sharp as a blade. It's a bit disappointing. You weren't so stern with the kids. If you're just going to spout nonsense, I'm leaving. I'd ask if you even know the way out, but I suppose you've figured it out by now. So, let me tell you what truly intrigues me. This is serious, answer earnestly." "I've been serious from the start." "Then answer me this. What do you really want? Do you wish to keep fighting and winning? Or do you want to protect those precious things you discovered only after living life twice? You must have noticed by now that though I'm not exactly you, I'm still you. And yet, I can't tell which one you truly are. What kind of absurd question is that? Obviously, both. It can't be both. You idiot. Just decide already. No matter what you say, I want to keep fighting and protect my family and everyone around me. Figure it out on your own." The other him puffed up in anger, but Kirishima remained unmoved. After a brief period of agitated pacing, the other him fixed an odd look on Kirishima's face. "Fine. So even if it costs you your life, it's both? Understood. I'll follow your lead. Just don't come crying to me later when it gets hellish. Enough with the empty words. Send me back." "I was about to send you back even before you said anything. Farewell, idiot. Perhaps our paths will cross again, once or twice more. Humph. Light cascaded into the darkness. The world suddenly brightened, and the sensation of being enveloped in some mysterious liquid melted away into a liberating release. Kirishima opened his eyes. Ijiro, you're awake. Honey, Ijiro, wake up. Oh, Ijiro, it's Mom. Can you recognize me? Too. Yes. What was that? It's too loud. My ears are ringing. Could you speak more softly? And, please, may I have some water? A white ceiling came into view. Kirishima hushed his frantic parents and requested water. He was terribly thirsty. All right, here's some water. How do you feel? Are you okay? My stomach aches a bit, but I don't think there's anything seriously wrong. That's a relief. His mother hurriedly opened a water bottle, poured some into a paper cup, and handed it to him. After taking a few deep gulps and exhaling in relief, his mother asked further. As Kirishima methodically checked himself from head to toe, he replied matter-of-factly. His mother looked utterly drained, while his father clenched his fists in concern. I was so terrified, thinking you were doomed. Sob. Fortunately, a nearby hero named Quickdraw happened to be around. He said that if he had arrived just a bit later, or if your wounds had been even a little deeper, you might not have made it. I was shocked when I saw Quickdraw carry you in, all bloodied, and your mother nearly fainted. Yet, she held on, resolved to see you get treated no matter what. I'm sorry, but I had no choice. If I'd run away, those kids would have suffered terribly. But did you really have to fight? Wasn't there another way? Gazing at his tearful mother, Kirishima felt a heavy ache fill his chest. Yet, when asked if fighting was necessary, he answered with firm conviction. Yes, I'm truly sorry for causing you worry, but there really was no alternative. That madman, excuse my language, was utterly insane. I had only two choices: fight and protect the kids, or abandon them and run away alone. Ijiro, you've always been mature, from childhood up until now. I've always been proud of you, but today you're a little exasperating. Saying that leaves your mom at a loss for words. In a soft, trembling voice, his mother replied as she tenderly stroked his hand like it was the most precious thing in the world. Embarrassed, Kirishima couldn't meet anyone's eyes. His father watched them with a satisfied smile. Then the hospital room door opened, and a stern-looking elderly doctor in a white coat stepped in. He took Kirishima's temperature and examined his wounds as he remarked, "Are you feeling any better? I've already healed your injuries with my quirk, so there shouldn't be any major issues. But given the heavy bleeding and the rough treatment you endured, it's natural to feel exhausted. Thank you for treating me. It's nothing, after all, it's a paid job. To justify the cost, I have to work hard. Oh, and you'll have scars on your forehead and side. You recovered fairly quickly, but the wounds were significant. That's fine. But when can I be discharged? Well, the treatment is complete, so you could leave right now if you wished. Then I'm leaving now. It's okay, right? Mom, Dad. Stubbornly, Kirishima insisted on being discharged immediately, even though his parents wanted him to stay one more day for observation. After all, if his injuries had been healed with Quickdraw's quirk, there was no reason to linger in the hospital. Watching the spirited debate among them, the doctor departed, asking them to notify him once they had decided. As the white coat vanished beyond the door, the seemingly endless quarrel was abruptly interrupted by the high voices of the children. Ijiro! Ijiro, are you okay? I'm all right for now. My side still aches a bit, though. Could you give me some space? Sorry, Ijiro. Ashido rushed in the moment the door opened, bursting into tears. Though the knife wound on his side throbbed, Kirishima couldn't push away the sobbing Ashido. He spoke in an awkward tone. Only then, once Ashido had composed herself and apologized sheepishly, did Bakugo, Midoriya, and their families enter the room. "How are you feeling, Kirishima? You looked in a terrible state when they loaded you into the ambulance, but you seem okay now. Thank you. Thank you for protecting Arizuku, Kirishima." Kirishima was flustered by the sudden flood of concern and gratitude from the adults. In all his past lives, he had never been the recipient of such attention. As the adults' storm of concern finally subsided, it was the children's turn. "Hey, yeah, what? Take the..." Standing by the bed where Kirishima lay, Bakugo hesitated before speaking, flanked by Midoriya and Ishido. Kirishima couldn't help but smile inwardly at the sight. It was typical for someone as proud as Bakugo to struggle with even a simple thank you. Unable to bear the awkwardness any longer, Bakugo's mother gently pressed his head down. "Why is it so hard to just say thank you?" "Gah, I'll manage it myself, so leave me alone. Haha." Kirishima burst out laughing at the playful bickering between them. There was simply no way that Bakugo, proud to a fault, could ever seem submissive. "Anyway, thank you. There, happy now?" Bakugo finally managed to choke out his thanks before storming out of the room. "That kid, he's my son after all. That's just Bakugo for you. Haha. In his own way, he's kind of adorable." Leaving behind Bakugo Mitsuki's odd expression, Kirishima turned his attention to Midoriya. "Hey, Kirishima, thank you so much for saving me yesterday. And I'm sorry for running off on my own." Kirishima tried to keep his expression neutral. Bakugo was one thing, but the real Midoriya he saw in person was every bit as earnest as his manga counterpart. Throwing himself into danger to save someone he barely knew, without harboring any ill will, bordered on madness. It wasn't something that reason could control, nor could logic dissuade him. If the same crisis occurred again, Midoriya would undoubtedly risk everything once more. Whether it was his inherent nature or something he acquired over time was beside the point. What mattered was that the odds of such a situation repeating were all too high. Kirishima had much he wished to say to Midoriya, but with his mother nearby, he kept his thoughts to himself. Instead, he offered simple reassurance. "Well, I did what I had to survive, and there's no need to apologize so much. Things were just too urgent." Still, ruffling the head of the bowed Midoriya roughly, Kirishima grinned and said, "Stop keeping your head down. We're still young, and we can't always make the perfect choice. I'm alright, so lift your chin and stand tall. Your mom's right behind you. Don't act so timid." "Okay, got it." At the sudden change in Midoriya's demeanor, as he lifted his chin and spoke with renewed pride, Kirishima couldn't help but laugh. Then, laying the foundation for the future, he added, "Midoriya, you still have the number I gave you, right?" "Yes, I saved it," Midoriya replied. "Good. Keep in touch even after you get home. I'm going to put together a training program for you and Bakugo. Follow it to the letter, okay?" "Huh? Training?" Flustered by the prospect of training with Bakugo, Midoriya stammered. Kirishima met his gaze steadily. He knew all too well that he was a bit of an oddball himself. Kirishima would continue to fight time and again, while Midoriya would endlessly risk everything to save those in need. No amount of reason could change that. Thus, there was only one solution: develop the ability to do what you truly wish to do. Besides, this kid was destined to inherit All Might's quirk someday, so it made sense to prepare in advance. "I'll be checking on both of you every day to make sure you don't skip training, so no slacking off." "Okay." Seeing Midoriya slump once more, Kirishima grinned. If the world's protagonist wasn't acting like one, then he'd simply make him one. As for Midoriya's mental fortitude, once he overcame that crippling shyness and low self-esteem, All Might would ensure he received proper training. There was nothing to worry about, so Kirishima resolved to first build Midoriya's body. Even if it wasn't as efficient as standing by his side, pairing him with Bakugo would keep them both on their toes and ensure steady progress. I want to train with Ijiro too. Well, I was planning to train with Mina as well, even if you hadn't mentioned it. We haven't started yet because you're still young. Yeah, that sounds fun. Training with Ijiro. Fun. Alright, let's make it enjoyable. Watching Mina pout in what seemed like jealousy, Kirishima chuckled. Yesterday's battle, when he bled and fought as if facing death, had led to this moment. The realization that the children were now safe and sound sank deeply into his heart. It was a truly uplifting feeling. Kirishima thought that if being a hero meant savoring moments like these, then it was worth every hardship. And so, the unforgettable summer trip of a 5-year-old, marked by new insights, came to an end. A languid voice filled the auditorium. For the past 30 minutes, the principal's lecture had dragged on, and every student wore an expression of boredom as summer vacation loomed just around the corner. Some were even dozing off. While Kirishima leaned back with his arms crossed, barely registering the principal's words, Ashido leaned in to whisper. Kirishima, standing at nearly 190 centimeters even when seated, naturally towered over Ashido, though no one paid much mind. Hey, Ijiro, you're really going? Yeah, I am, he replied. Time had flown. It had been 10 years since that eventful summer trip when a 5-year-old had met new people and discovered things he never imagined. The incident in which a 5-year-old nearly subdued a villain had been big enough to shake the world, yet Kirishima and his family had chosen to keep it under wraps. Kirishima believed that drawing too much attention before he was truly ready could invite trouble. His parents felt the same way. Because of that, the public came to believe that Quickdraw had rounded up the vicious villain instead. In truth, the man had been identified as the culprit behind years of child disappearances on the mainland before fleeing to Hokkaido. He had skyrocketed to fame, though he wasn't too pleased at the thought of having a child steal his thunder. Kirishima understood his feelings, so he apologized and asked for understanding, and the man accepted. After that, Kirishima looked after Ashido while keeping in touch with Bakugo and Midoriya. Now, as summer vacation approached, Kirishima was preparing for a journey across the country to visit various martial arts dojos he had discovered online or through phone calls. I want to go too, Ashido complained. Since when do grown-ups travel alone with a guy? Think about your parents too, Kirishima chided. My parents said it'd be fine as long as I'm with you, Ijiro, she teased. Sigh, he muttered. At Ashido's relentless banter, Kirishima sighed. It was endearing that the once cute kid had grown into a beautiful young woman, yet her habit of clinging stubbornly hadn't changed at all. So I guess the back hill will be empty this year. You've been busy training with me every summer vacation. What are you talking about? Of course you should be the one taking advantage of it, she retorted. Huh? But it wouldn't be the same without me. Don't be absurd. You have your entrance exams next year. There's no way you're going to slack off this summer. Wah, cut me some slack. Training with you is exhausting. No way. I'm going to call you every day to check if you trained, and I'll even ask your mom. Don't think of claiming you trained after a day of just fooling around. You're too strict. It's like having a tiger for an instructor. I'd say I'm a pretty gentle coach, Kirishima quipped, shaking his head at Ashido's dramatics as memories of past training sessions flooded back. Since that perilous trip, Kirishima had grown increasingly aware of just how dangerous this world could be. A place where everyone was armed with their own unique quirk. Although there weren't as many people with lethal abilities as one might expect, it only meant that those who did wield them were more than enough to keep one on guard. And who knew how many harbored genuine malice? Crime rates weren't as high as feared, thanks largely to All Might, but there was never room for complacency. At some point, All Might's active hours had noticeably shrunk. Though nothing had been officially announced, anyone who remembered the days when he saved 62 cities in one day could see the difference. Having read the original story, Kirishima wasn't surprised by the reason behind it. "Still, at least I won't have to hit you this year," he joked. "You haven't done that since winter break 2 years ago," Ashido replied. Determined not to push himself too hard from a young age, Kirishima had begun rigorous training in elementary school, a routine he maintained diligently. Battling villains made him acutely aware of the need to refine his quirk, and while asking his parents to let him hit himself felt unthinkable, he started by activating his hardening and slamming his body against hard surfaces. It wasn't long before he hit a plateau. The breakthrough, as it turned out, came in the form of Ashido. He chuckled, remembering the first day he handed her a steel pipe and told her to hit him. "Why are you laughing, Ijiro?" he demanded. "I was just thinking about the first day I told you to hit me." That day, Ashido had clutched the steel pipe with trembling hands and burst into tears. She had even asked if she was about to die. After all, she'd heard that doing something out of character could be fatal. Flustered, Kirishima had spent nearly the entire training session convincing her otherwise. Even then, her punches were so feeble that he had to keep urging her for more force. "That was too much, Ijiro. Who just tells someone to hit them out of the blue, and with full force?" I guess I didn't explain it well enough," he admitted. "Not that you explained it poorly. It's that you didn't explain anything at all," she retorted. After numerous trials, their quirk-strengthening training only ended when Ashido's blows became so light they barely made a dent. Later, they moved on to training with heavy objects like dropped boulders. Thanks to this regimen, Kirishima now believed he'd be able to withstand collapsing buildings or even explosions without getting hurt. In addition to ramping up the intensity of his sessions, Kirishima focused on precision. He trained himself to maintain a constant, controlled state of hardening, able to distribute its effect unevenly among his body parts as needed. Before long, he could activate hardening without a second thought, and he had even solved the mobility issues that came from fully hardening his joints. "But what's the point of wandering from dojo to dojo?" someone mused. "If you just showed them that flashy whoosh move, everyone would be amazed. I'm confident in my punching, but I'll admit there are technical gaps in my overall skill set," Kirishima responded. "There's still a lot I don't know outside of what I'm good at." Despite his steady progress in strengthening his quirk, by the age of 12, Kirishima began feeling that he had reached his growth limit, a phenomenon often called the perfection point, the ultimate boundary of human ability. In his view, even without quirks, the human perfection point in this world far surpassed that of his previous life, a fact his experiences had proven true. He considered himself fortunate. His body was a rare blessing, growing stronger with ease, hardly tiring, and boasting an almost absurd level of durability and recovery. "Ijiro, you really are amazing," he murmured. "It's nothing special," he replied modestly. "When you've got something you want to do, you do it." Even so, Kirishima had encountered his own limits. He wondered how he might shatter those boundaries. In reflecting on both his past and present lives, he ultimately concluded that gratitude was the key. The gratitude he felt for all those who had kept him from being swallowed by darkness. The gym owner, his parents, friends like Ashido, and even boxing. With that gratitude in his heart, Kirishima began a grueling regimen of throwing 1-2 combinations 10,000 times a day, the very foundation of every punch he knew. Every repetition was performed with laser-like focus, ensuring not a single movement was out of sync from his toes to the crown of his head. Man, that was brutal. First, finishing 10,001-2 combinations took over 8 hours. Although executing them while activating his quirk served as additional training and control, it left little time to work on enhancing his quirk's raw power. Every day after school, he would immediately launch into his 10,000 repetitions before collapsing into sleep. His parents worried, and he felt guilty, yet he never once stopped. Then, about 2 years later, change finally came. He managed to finish his 10,000 combinations before the moon even rose. Kirishima had broken through his limits and flourished. The once grueling routine now took less than an hour, leaving him more time to concentrate on fine-tuning his quirk. By the time he wrapped up his training, his fists were moving faster than sound. Ijiro, so when are you planning to leave? Tomorrow? Actually, I'm heading out today, he replied. That soon? Yeah. I'm meeting a friend I made online this evening. What if they turn out to be a bad person? Then I'll just have to turn them into someone good. The principal's endless lecture finally came to an end. As if on cue, Kirishima leapt to his feet, as though he had been waiting for precisely that moment. After exchanging farewell cheers with the departing students, he set off for home. Ishido trotted along right beside him. By the way, Ijiro, weren't your parents worried when you said you were going traveling? Of course they were. They were worried about a 15-year-old wandering around on his own. Said I might get scammed. Haha. But they know what I'm capable of, so they gave me permission. Besides, public safety is pretty stable these days.
I'm jealous.
My parents still insist my curfew is 9 o'clock unless I'm with you, Ijiro. Isn't 9 o'clock a perfectly normal curfew for a 15-year-old girl? Maybe so, but when I'm out having fun, it always feels like I'm being chased. I suppose that makes sense. As they chatted casually, they soon reached the spot where they would part ways. Kirishima patted Ishido's head and said, "All right, see you in about a month. I'll be in touch, don't worry. I'm not a little kid anymore. Stop patting my head. You used to get sulky if I didn't," he teased. "I was feeling sentimental back then," she admitted. "I see." Although patting her head no longer came naturally as she matured, Ishido still clung to him and complained whenever he stopped. A typical mood swing of a teenager, which Kirishima simply let pass. "Anyway, you have to call me every day. Promise." "What are you, my mom?" "Well, I'll call every day, if only because of your training." "Ugh. I hate training." "Hate it all you want, but you still have to do it." "All right, I'm really off now." After soothing Ishido's regrets about not seeing each other for a month, Kirishima headed home. With his long strides and quick pace, he arrived in no time. Once inside, he announced his arrival in a loud, cheerful voice. Ever since entering elementary school, he had wanted to call her mother, but seeing her disappointed expression, he stuck with Mom. "I'm home. You're back? You're a little late today." The principal talked forever. "It's the same every year." "That's true. Are you heading out right away?" "I'm going to change first." "All right." Kirishima went up to his room, changed clothes, and gathered the luggage he had packed the night before. His first destination was Tokyo, just next door, so time wasn't an issue, but it's only polite to arrive early at the meeting place. Half of it was an excuse. He was eager to learn new things. Coming back down the stairs, he found his mom waiting for him. "Take care, have a safe trip, and learn everything you can. And remember, when you're out, be polite to the adults." "When have I ever been rude?" "Don't worry, I'll do my best. You've always managed things well on your own. But please don't come back injured like last time. If you do, I might just collapse," she warned. "That was a pretty special situation, though. But if I become a hero, isn't getting hurt sometimes unavoidable?" "That's for later. You're not a hero yet. So you absolutely must not get hurt. Something dangerous comes up, don't intervene, just stay away. Promise me that before you go." "Okay, I promise. I'll do what I can to stay safe." "Not just try. Promise me you'll avoid danger altogether, or I won't let you leave." "Yes, if anything risky occurs, I'll leave it to the heroes and focus on staying safe." "Good. Honestly, I'm still not sure if sending you off on your own is right, but you've been capable since you were little, so I trust you to come back safe. Don't break your mom's heart. All right?" "Yes, ma'am. I promise I'll come back without a single hair out of place." At his joking salute, his mom let out a resigned sigh. Despite her worries, the decision had been made, and all she could do was cheer him on. Here, take your dad's card and some cash. In case you lose your card or wallet, keep a little extra cash in a separate bag. Yes, I will. That's all I have to say. If I keep talking, I'll only worry more, so I'll send you off with a smile. Come back safely, all right? Thank you for trusting me with something so serious. I'll be careful and come back safe. It's only a little over a month. Please take care, Mom and Dad, he said. After bidding farewell to his mother, Kirishima grabbed his luggage and stepped out the door. The blazing summer sunlight greeted him, heralding the start of a fiery 15-year-old summer vacation. Riding the swaying train, Kirishima considered his destination for the day. In preparing for this journey, he had made one thing his top priority: visiting only authentic martial arts dojos. Even in his previous life, countless imposters ran fake martial arts schools, exploiting people's fantasies for profit. Indian traditional martial arts, ninjutsu, and the like. They were exactly the kinds of institutions he despised. In a world where genuine martial arts were already fading, finding a dojo was a challenge in itself. Discerning the true masters from the frauds was an even steeper hurdle. He had meticulously sought out dojos with video evidence of legitimacy and weeded out the absurd ones along the way. The result of that painstaking process was this training journey. Even so, Kirishima steeled himself for the likelihood that more than half of the dojos he visited would be dead ends. Please stop. If you don't let go right now, I won't just stand by, he threatened. Oh my, how frightening. And what exactly do you plan to do if I let go? Retorted the man. As Kirishima quietly reviewed his travel plans, a small voice reached his ears. He turned to see a suited woman being accosted by a man whose arm was draped casually over her shoulder as he spoke to her. Irritated by the interruption, Kirishima gripped the man's arm tightly and growled, "Sir, when you're riding the train, conduct yourself properly. You're old enough to know you shouldn't harass people. Although, I can't guarantee you'll be allowed on trains again after this." "Ah, thank you," the man mumbled. The woman, despite just having been harassed, expressed her gratitude in a calm voice. Her cool, composed demeanor made her a striking beauty. Kirishima, whose grip was strong enough to break a wrist if fully applied, held back just enough to avoid causing real harm, yet the harasser still winced in severe pain. Glancing at the man's twisted expression, Kirishima said to the woman, "Could you call a conductor for me? My hands are a bit occupied." "Of course," she replied. Soon enough, a conductor arrived, and the man was led away, destined to be handed over to the police at the next station. No matter where you go, there are always people like him. Perhaps incidents like this are even more rampant on the subway without any heroes around, she remarked. "Thank you for saving me. My name is Samair Nagar," she said gratefully. "Oh, I just did what anyone should do." "I'm Ijiro Kirishima," he replied casually. Before he knew it, he had exchanged names with the woman, a pleasantly bewildered Samair. She mentioned that she worked for a small newspaper and was returning from a reporting assignment in Chiba. While she had been mulling over whether to use her quirk to fight back, she expressed relief that Kirishima had intervened. As she looked at him, her eyes shone, not with romantic longing, but with the keen glint of a reporter spotting a story. By the time he had answered her myriad questions, they had reached his station. "Take care, Kirishima. I hope your journey goes well. And thank you once again for your help today." "Ah, yes, I'll be off now. Please take care on your way, Samair," he replied. Stepping out through the automatic doors, Kirishima shook his head in mild bemusement. They hadn't exactly started off on a friendly note, yet somehow they ended up on a first-name basis, even exchanging phone numbers. It was a strange feeling. Maybe it's because she's a reporter? Since it was still before rush hour, the station was relatively quiet as Kirishima left and headed for a cafe. "Let's see," Mayflower, Mayflower. Ah, here it is, he murmured as he found the cafe where he was to meet a man known by the nickname Tailman. He walked in immediately. With about 30 minutes remaining before the appointment, he planned to sit down, sip a coffee, and wait. And what about Tailman? Does he really have a tail, or is it just a fascination? He had been watching a video of himself shadowboxing, recorded with his high-performance camcorder, when that peculiar thought suddenly struck him. He tilted his head in puzzlement at the question but soon refocused on the video. After all, he would have plenty of time to ask when they met. After about 5 minutes, the shop door swung open and a man entered. Seeing him, Kirishima grinned. No need to ask after all, he thought. The man sported a thick, long tail. Taking care not to be too loud, Kirishima raised one hand and called out, "Hey, Tailman, over here. You're the champion? And could you please not call me Tailman?" Sounds odd. Why do you call me that? At Kirishima's playful, almost boyish tone, a tone that belied his growing maturity, Tailman narrowed his eyes slightly. They had already confirmed online that they were peers and had become on a first-name basis, so their conversation flowed naturally, as if they had known each other for years. Then, from now on, I'll call you Tailman properly. Pleasure to meet you. This is our first time face-to-face, right?
I'm Eiro Kirishima.
And yes, champion is my nickname. I certainly hope so.
I'm Mashirao Ojiro.
I'm not late, though I did arrive a bit earlier than expected, he replied. I'm rather strict about punctuality. I took the train to make sure I arrived with time to spare, and then I passed the rest of the time watching this video, Kirishima explained while shaking his phone. Ojiro had initially wondered if it was a movie or something similar, but upon seeing Kirishima on the screen, he was noticeably impressed. Is that really you? You're even more impressive than I had guessed. My first impression was that you were huge, and the scar on your forehead caught me off guard. You really do seem like the type who'd travel during summer break just to study martial arts, Ojiro commented. This is nothing out of the ordinary, Kirishima replied. By the way, do you want to order something? Or should we head out immediately? Let's leave right away. I'm not even thirsty. No need to waste money, Ojiro said. Really? Then I should probably pick up a gift for you on the way. What does your mother like? More importantly, is it all right for me to stay at your place? Even though we've only met online, won't your family worry if I suddenly show up? I can always stay in a hostel if it's a burden. So just say the word. It's fine. We've known each other for 6 years now, and you've even spoken with my mother on the phone. Besides, she mentioned that she was looking forward to meeting the real you rather than just your picture, Ojiro replied. Your mother is pretty bold, and it sounds like you're a son she truly trusts, Kirishima observed, admiring silently how extraordinary Ojiro's mother was for permitting things he himself would have fiercely opposed. Stop being so shy and forget about the gift. You're only staying a few days, so there's no need for such formalities, Ojiro teased. Maybe you don't understand, but since I'm staying for several days, I ought to bring something to make a good first impression, Kirishima insisted. Honestly, if you're going to buy something, let's just get some juice. Your mother likes orange juice, Ojiro suggested. Roger that. Let's go, Kirishima agreed. With that, Kirishima left the cafe, followed Ojiro to a nearby supermarket, and bought a case of orange juice. Then he trailed after Ojiro to his home. Ojiro's house was a modest 2-story home. Surveying the place, Kirishima remarked, Nice house. I prefer a cozy place like this over a huge mansion any day. I suppose I'd like a mansion if I could manage it, Ojiro replied. Maybe from the outside they do look impressive, but living in one isn't all it's cracked up to be. Wait, do you live in a mansion? So you're secretly from a wealthy family? Huh? No, I live in a house much like yours. Mansions are just relics from some distant, otherworldly past. What are you even saying? You're quite the eccentric, aren't you? I've known you ever since you got so passionate about martial arts. Me? I'm just an ordinary teenager, Kirishima protested. Even you know that sounds a bit odd coming from you. Come on, let's get inside already, Ojiro urged. Embracing the quirky banter reminiscent of his former life, Kirishima clicked his tongue and followed Ojiro into the house. Mom! I'm home, Ojiro called out as they entered. You're here? And did you bring your friend? His mother inquired. Good to meet you.
I'm Eiro Kirishima.
It's a pleasure to finally meet you in person, he said. Emerging from inside, Ojiro's mother displayed a tail similar to her son's, though noticeably thinner and shorter, and her features bore a striking resemblance to his. She carried a more delicate, refined version of Ojiro's charm, leaving no doubt whose mother she was. Kirishima greeted her warmly, a small smile playing on his lips. Oh my, we've only ever spoken over the internet, and meeting face to face is quite something. You're even more elegant and attractive than I expected. Our Mashireo has been fretting about his lack of growth, but you seem completely immune to such worries, he joked. Haha, Ojiro will grow soon enough. And even if he doesn't, he'll manage just fine, she replied with a light laugh. Did you hear that, Mashireo? Enough with the whining about your height. That was Kirishima, by the way, she quipped. Mother, that's not what he meant, Ojiro protested. Anyway, since we have a guest tonight, I prepared sukiyaki as a special treat. Look forward to it, she announced. Oh, that sounds delicious. It's been ages since I had sukiyaki, Kirishima said eagerly. We'll see about the taste at dinner. For now, let's go to my room, Ojiro interjected, cutting the conversation short before it could drag on. Upstairs, Ojiro led Kirishima to his room on the second floor. When the door opened to reveal a modest room, Kirishima murmured appreciatively, Oh, this is more ordinary than I expected. I thought there'd be martial arts gear everywhere. Aside from a training uniform hanging on the wall, the room contained no overt martial arts memorabilia. There was a reasonably sized bed, a desk with a laptop, and a wardrobe tucked in one corner. Every detail of the room was strikingly normal. At the remark about its ordinariness, Ojiro's tail drooped momentarily, though he quickly added, Well, most of the martial arts equipment I need is at the dojo anyway. I see. So what do you usually do at home? Kirishima asked. I browse the internet, watch martial arts videos, or study. Whatever keeps me occupied, Ojiro replied. Don't you record yourself and analyze the footage? Huh? The instructor already reviews my form at the dojo. Is it really necessary to go that far? It's not that. I haven't met your master yet, so I can't say for certain, but even the best teachers are human. They can't possibly remember every detail of your posture and offer precise corrections every time, Kirishima reasoned. I suppose you're right, Ojiro conceded. Listening to Ojiro speak so passionately about martial arts, Kirishima sighed. This world had one undeniable flaw. Everyone agreed that if one wanted to be a hero, raw combat power was essential. But the training methods were archaic. Frankly, compared to his previous life, it all seemed 30 or even 40 years behind. In his earlier days, serious athletes no longer relied solely on a single instructor. Elite competitors assembled teams of specialists who shared insights and devised comprehensive training strategies. They even employed video equipment to meticulously compare yesterday's routine with today's, striving to perfect their form and avoid injuries. But here, one had to figure out how to get stronger on their own, and even how to put that strength to use without much guidance. Kirishima still hadn't entered UA, so he didn't know exactly how Japan's top educational institution operated, but the overall state of things left him utterly perplexed. Once I retire, maybe I'll teach kids, set up a coaching team, and even open my own academy. It could be very lucrative, he mused. Perhaps, in the end, making money might even surpass what he earned as a hero. Just give it a try first. Once you see how beneficial it is, you'll be bowing in gratitude, he advised. If you're so sure, I'll give it a shot, Ojiro agreed. Better equipment is always welcome, of course, but there's no need to start with something expensive. Even a phone will do for now, and that won't be half bad. Understood. I'll do it. So can we stop talking now? Very well. I trust you, since you're truly dedicated to martial arts. With that, Kirishima grinned broadly. After that, they spent a while discussing Ojiro's training and boxing, occasionally demonstrating poses as their conversation veered into the realm of martial arts theory. They would learn everything eventually, but when martial arts enthusiasts gathered, the conversation never seemed to run dry. Before long, their dialogue carried them into the evening. Kirishima descended with Ojiro, greeted his father, and shared dinner with the family. The sukiyaki, tasted after far too long, was absolutely delicious. After dinner, following a quick wash-up and some more conversation with Ojiro, Kirishima lay down in the guest room and reflected that, judging by the good people he had met right from the start, his training journey was off to a promising beginning. And thus, the first night of the journey came to an end. Morning broke. The darkness receded as the sun ascended over the horizon. Kirishima woke early, as he always did. Stepping out of his room, he almost bumped into Ojiro, who was emerging from his own. Oh, you're up. Sleep well. Yeah, maybe it was the comfortable bed, or perhaps it was that delicious dinner. I slept like a log. That's good to hear. I'm heading out for my morning exercise. Want to come along? Sure, sounds great. Just give me a minute to change into something more comfortable. After a brief return to his room, Kirishima reappeared, and the two of them left the house together. The summer morning air, still cool before the sun fully warmed the day, felt refreshingly crisp. While stretching to warm up, Kirishima said to Ojiro, I don't know this area very well, so why don't we do your usual route today? I'll follow your lead. I just run a couple of laps around the village. Nothing out of the ordinary. All right, that sounds perfect. After finishing their warm-up, the two began a leisurely jog through the village. It was still early and only a few people were about. The few passers-by all seemed to recognize Ojiro and greeted him warmly. Oh, Ojiro, working out with a friend today? Yes, indeed. Good morning, sir. Good morning to you. When an elderly neighbor, sweeping in front of his house, called out, Kirishima joined Ojiro in returning the greeting before remarking, You really are popular. Everyone we meet knows you. I've lived here all my life. People always liked me because I was the kid who both studied hard and excelled in sports. Honestly, I started martial arts and put in a lot of effort simply because adults kept telling me I had what it took to become a hero. Oh, so you're laying it on thick? Must be nice growing up in such a good environment. I'm just saying it as it is. What about you? Did you grow up in a rundown neighborhood? I heard your family had a perfectly decent home, too. Yeah, my family had it good as well. Kirishima laughed as he replied, the painful memories of his impoverished early years no longer weighing on him. Now that he thought about it, if this kid aspired to attend UA, he must have been pretty bright to garner such praise from adults. Before long, their easy conversation had taken them on 2 complete laps of the village. Returning home, they stepped back inside. Kirishima, do you really not sweat? I'm feeling a bit warm, and you haven't even broken a drop of sweat. Yeah, something like that. Finding it hardly worth distinguishing from simple breathing exercises, Kirishima merely agreed with a noncommittal nod. After they took turns showering, Ojiro's parents greeted them warmly. Good morning. Did you both sleep well? Good morning, ma'am. Thanks to you, I slept soundly. Good morning. I slept well, too. After exchanging morning pleasantries, the two shared breakfast with the family before seeing off Ojiro's father, who was leaving for work. Later, the two friends spent some time in Ojiro's room discussing the upcoming UA entrance exam. Ojiro mostly grumbled about its difficulty, with Kirishima listening patiently. Then, at 9:30 a.m., 30 minutes before the dojo opened, they left the house. Taking advantage of the quiet weekday morning was one of the perks of being a student on summer break. Being young has its benefits. Sure, school can be a time sink when you're not on break, but this is one of those moments where you can really enjoy yourself. The dojo was situated well away from the busy heart of town. When Kirishima caught sight of the rather shabby building, he commented, "I can't believe you used to have the guts to come here as a kid. It looks like the sort of place where criminals might be hatching schemes. It might look rough on the outside, but once you step inside, it's fully equipped. Come on, let's go in." Arriving exactly 5 minutes before 10, the two opened the dojo door. Inside stood a broad-shouldered, middle-aged man. Since it was a weekday morning, no one else was present. "You're not late today, a diligent kid as always. Welcome, Ojiro." "Good morning. Years ago you warned that if I got complacent, I'd start arriving late, but here you are still keeping track." "Sometimes, even when I want to be late, I just can't." "Exactly my point," he replied. Turning to Kirishima, who was noticeably taller, the man continued, "So you must be the friend Ojiro mentioned from time to time. You've got a solid build, better than I expected. I'm Tadayoshi Uyama, the head instructor here. Nice to meet you. I'm Kirishima Ojiro's friend. Please take good care of me." "Good. Now both of you go change. Ojiro, take your friend to the changing room. Kirishima, since you likely don't have a GI, just put on something comfortable." "Yes, sir." After changing in the locker room, the pair re-emerged. Ojiro was dressed in his formal GI, while Kirishima sported a sleeveless shirt with athletic pants. Observing Kirishima as he stepped out, Uyama let out a small, admiring exhale. With his t-shirt gone, the contours of his physique were revealed, an ideal build for someone who had trained on his own. It wasn't raw, bulging muscle so much as compact, well-developed strength throughout his body. Broad shoulders, a straight waist, and long, powerful legs. "Before we move on, show me what you've got. I need to gauge your skill level so I can teach you properly." "Yes, I'll demonstrate what I do best." At Uyama's cue, Kirishima assumed a basic stance. Both hands raised to about face level and his feet set diagonally at an appropriate distance. A textbook boxer's position. Boxing? Nice, clean form, he thought. In that instant, Kirishima's 1-2 combo erupted. The supersonic strikes split the air as if slicing through it. A profound silence fell over the small dojo. "That's the move I'm most confident in," he declared. Uyama Tadayoshi blinked, utterly astonished by what he had just witnessed. The flawless strike he had spent his life pursuing had materialized before him. A center of gravity as immovable as a mountain, a step measured as precisely as the scales of justice, a torso and shoulders that unleashed power like the recoil of a cannon, and a fist that sliced through space with a soundless fury. For reasons he couldn't quite explain, Uyama felt tears prick at the corner of his eyes. "I intended to teach him a few techniques, but it looks like I'm the one who needs to learn. So there are still people like this in the world," he mused. When Ojiro first mentioned meeting an online friend fascinated by martial arts, Uyama had found it odd yet refreshing. In an era where traditional martial arts were rapidly fading, encountering someone who still walked that path was a rare delight. At the same time, he worried that this gifted boy might have nefarious intentions toward Ojiro. After all, there were many who ridiculed martial artists as outdated relics of the pre-quirk era. But learning that the boy was using his summer break to train reassured him. It meant he wasn't one of those who toyed with the earnest efforts of anonymous practitioners. Uyama had also heard that, lacking a nearby dojo, the boy had been self-teaching through videos. Naturally, there would be gaps in his knowledge. He had planned to impart everything he could, even if only briefly, yet now he realized that the boy, just as old as Ojiro, had already honed his technique to perfection with a single demonstration. I was nothing but a frog in a well compared to this, Uyama thought. You're the same age as Ojiro, right? So how many years of training do you have? Struggling to steady his racing heart, Uyama asked carefully. I started training at 2, so it's been about 14 years. I see. Incredible. Uyama found himself reflecting on his own life. As a child, he had despised his father's insistence on training. While he respected his father as the head of the household, clinging to fading martial arts in a rapidly changing era struck him as foolish. He had spent his youth dodging training, fleeing at every opportunity, only beginning to understand his father's point of view in his 20s. Though even then, work and social life often provided convenient excuses to skip practice. He despised the past version of himself who had abandoned training for every excuse imaginable, from a friend landing a job to an acquaintance needing cheering up, or even a coworker succeeding in an investment. Had he confronted martial arts with more sincerity, perhaps he could have come even a little closer to that breathtaking strike he so admired. The thought stung. Despite having nearly 3 times the years that the boy had, he could scarcely fathom mimicking that perfect blow. Clearing his throat to steady his quavering voice, Uyama asked, Ahem, so what brings you here? To be honest, you're already a martial artist far stronger than I am. I'm not quite sure what I can possibly teach you. Not at all. I still have a lot to learn. What I just demonstrated is still far from where I want to be. Besides, all my training has been in boxing. I'm pretty clumsy when it comes to techniques beyond using my fists. Activating hardening and showing off his sharpened hand, Kirishima admitted, I don't quite know how to fully utilize this yet. Uyama felt his resolve weaken at the sight. We're not cut from the same cloth, he reflected. Only then did he fully grasp the difference between himself and this remarkable boy. While his own focus had been solely on preserving the old ways of martial arts, the boy's gaze reached toward something entirely different. It was clear now what was truly needed to keep the spirit of martial arts alive. A transcendent, formidable force, a figure elevated to star status through the art, someone everyone would revere. And here, standing before him, was that very existence. A god of martial arts is about to be born. Or perhaps even a monster, Uyama thought. At 15, bursting past ordinary human limits with dazzling talent, an ironclad physique, and an insatiable drive to improve, the boy embodied everything that defined true martial spirit. The sight of him executing such a flawless strike, then still yearning to reach ever greater heights, sent a shiver down Uyama's spine. Uyama could already envision the young warrior becoming either the incarnation of martial arts or a fearsome force altogether. Excellent. In that case, I'll teach you the basics of Kyoku Hakushiki karate, whatever I can, he declared. Yes, sir. I'll work hard. Determined, Uyama resolved to impart every scrap of knowledge he possessed to this young genius. If even a small part of the techniques he passed down could aid a boy destined to etch his name in history, it would be the greatest reward of all. Though they had only just met that day, Ojiro had mentioned on several occasions that the boy not only possessed rare talent, but was also remarkably humble and considerate. A true candidate for a future hero. Uyama hoped that he would retain this gentle nature and use his achievements to help others. Perhaps it was naive to think so, given Kirishima's fierce fighting spirit and stubborn streak. Of course, he would never cause his parents any undue trouble. Unaware of Uyama's inner thoughts, Kirishima simply smiled at the prospect of learning a new technique. I've never really understood when or how to use hardening properly, but I'll learn that here. This journey is off to a great start, he mused. Seeing Kirishima's smile, Uyama broke into a hearty laugh. Thus began the first step of their training, a shared journey born of 2 very different dreams. Masahiro Ojiro trembled, as if lightning were coursing down his spine. That's the peak of the next generation, he thought. The moment he witnessed Kirishima's strike, Ojiro knew in his heart there was no way he could beat that. Though the world was vast, he couldn't imagine anyone his age who might defeat that guy. Good. Lower your stance a bit more. And don't think of your guard like a boxing guard. Imagine your lead hand deflecting every incoming attack like a wall, Uyama instructed. Like parrying or stopping? Kirishima asked. The idea is similar, though the details differ, Uyama replied. I see, Kirishima answered. As Uyama taught the stance before moving on to specific techniques and Kirishima peppered him with questions during his kata, Ojiro felt a rising swirl of emotions. Jealousy, self-loathing, despair, anger, and embarrassment churned within him like boiling water. Kirishima was a genuinely good guy, one of the few his age with shared interests in these challenging times, and his personality was unblemished by arrogance. From their very first meeting, he had been friendly, and even when visiting Ojiro's home, he showed nothing but respect toward his parents. Yet the more Ojiro found himself nursing these bitter feelings toward Kirishima, the more he felt both pathetic and contemptible. Ojiro's punching arm and the rest of his body trembled, mirroring his unsettled heart. Even his tail drooped. That kid, he's shaken, he thought. Uyama, glancing at Kirishima's steady posture, noticed Ojiro's wavering and instantly read his inner turmoil. He wasn't surprised. If he had witnessed that strike in his own youth, before his spirit had grown resolute, he too would have despaired. Perhaps he would have abandoned martial arts altogether that very day. Back then, he had practiced simply out of habit, without a steadfast conviction. Uyama realized that only someone who had faced countless failures and learned to let go could accept what Kirishima had shown him. In contrast, Ojiro, as far as anyone knew, had never truly experienced failure. The boy was always diligent, smart, and athletically gifted. Martial arts came naturally to him. His quirk might have been a little ambiguous, but no one would call it weak. Now, for the first time, he was facing a mountain among his peers. A mountain so insurmountable it defied even his imagination. Hang in there, Ojiro. You can do it, Uyama silently encouraged, before turning his focus back to teaching Kirishima. Having known Kirishima for 8 long years, Uyama was confident that even if Ojiro's resolve wavered, his intrinsically upright nature would never truly crumble. For now, though, his attention belonged solely to the genius before him. What Uyama had observed while teaching was extraordinary. Kirishima wasn't just a typical prodigy. While most geniuses absorbed new techniques at breakneck speed, this boy went further, persistently reflecting, comparing, and transforming every lesson into something uniquely his own. No, maybe this is what a real genius looks like. I haven't met many true geniuses before, Uyama mused. Glancing at his clock, he realized an hour had already slipped by. In that time, he came to understand an old saying: one of the noble man's greatest joys is to recognize and teach a gifted youth. All right, let's take a short break, he announced. Yes, sir, replied Kirishima, and a hesitant yes came from Ojiro. Walking over to Ojiro with a grin, Kirishima observed his friend's lowered tail and sullen expression, and it was clear exactly what he was thinking. Hey, Kirishima called. Huh? What's up? Ojiro replied. You jealous? Ojiro's face fell, as if he had just been struck. Of course he was. How was he supposed to respond after witnessing such brilliance just moments earlier? Yeah, Ojiro mumbled, his voice thick with emotion. His chest felt tight at the sight of the cheerful face he had shared laughs with only that morning. I wasn't exactly trying to hide it. I mean, it would be odd to go around bragging about myself, right? Kirishima teased. Yeah, Ojiro agreed softly, suppressing the urge to comment that Kirishima had already shown him enough yesterday and today. Ojiro thought how preposterous it would be to explain everything in advance when it would all become clear eventually. There was no way this kind-hearted guy had acted out of malice, or even improperly. You little... Getting sulky over such a thing makes me sad. How long do you think it took me to perfect that 1-2? Kirishima chided gently. How would I know? Ojiro retorted with a small laugh. 14 years. I trained every single day from my first day. For about 3 of those years, I did nothing but that 1-2 10,000 times a day, giving my all with every rep. Only then did Ojiro begin to understand, even a little, how such an almost superhuman strike had come to be. Martial arts appealed to him too, yet the notion of drilling a single technique 10,000 times daily was daunting and utterly horrifying. Like a pressure release, the overwhelming turmoil in his stomach began to settle. It wasn't merely the product of dazzling talent. It was the result of grueling, blood-spitting effort with every single step. Somehow that made sense. Besides, you've only been training for 8 years. Think of it this way. While one guy's busy as a pro hero taking down villains, the other might still be in diapers, Kirishima joked. I wasn't in diapers, Ojiro replied with a slight chuckle. Now you're smiling. Hey, you can do it too. I wasn't cut out for the standard path, so I aimed for a supersonic 1-2. But you? With that tail of yours, how about a supersonic tail strike? Something like Shit Pagakiki. What kind of name is that? It's not even your own technique if you're just slapping on a name like that. It sounds so odd. Then work hard, succeed, and come up with a cool name of your own, Kirishima encouraged with a warm smile. Bine. When the time comes, I'll name it something worthy of a real finishing move, Ojiro vowed. Kirishima didn't point out that the 1-2 wasn't actually a finishing move. He wouldn't want to dash the spark of determination the boy had just rekindled. Seeing them banter lightly, Uyama exhaled a sigh of relief. He had been worried that Ojiro's discouragement might linger for too long, but it was clear Kirishima had cheered him up. With a fond glance at the two, Uyama's booming voice rang out to signal the end of their break. All right, break's over. Kirishima practiced the movement sequence that flows from the 3-legged stance into the cat stance. Ojiro, it's time for a sparring session with me after a long while. The training resumed with renewed energy and a thunderous roar, filling the dojo with a sense of exhilaration. Time slipped by quickly until hunger beckoned, and soon the 3 wrapped up their session for a meal. The dojo door swung open as a girl, about 10 years old, stepped inside. With short hair and one side neatly braided, she was undeniably cute. Dad, I'm home. Wait, there's someone here besides Ojiro? Are you training with a new trainee? She asked brightly, her eyes lighting up as she approached Kirishima. Usually, first impressions of Kirishima, given his tall frame and the scars on his forehead and chin, tended to unsettle newcomers. Yet his handsome features rarely caused anyone to shy away. This time, however, the child barreled up to him without hesitation, chattering cheerfully. You don't have a GI yet? How many months did you sign up for? Oh, are you just here as a guest today? She quipped. Well, I'm training under the master for now, Kirishima explained. Aha, smart thinking. At home, Dad might be a bit shy, but he's spent 45 years walking the straight path of martial arts. He'll teach you well, she said enthusiastically. A brief cough interrupted as Kirishima added, Ahem, Yui, this young man isn't an official trainee. He'll only be here for about a week. Huh? Why? The girl asked, her eyes widening with sudden disappointment. Kirishima smiled reassuringly as he explained, My home is in Chiba, and since I'm on a training journey during the summer break, I can't stay in one place very long. Oh, I thought it'd be great. I was looking forward to helping out around the house and seeing a handsome big brother again, she lamented. You never even called me handsome before, Kirishima teased lightly. Well, Ojiro is just ordinary, isn't he? She replied, eliciting a brief frown from Ojiro as his chin drooped at the remark. Kirishima found the scene amusing, his mind drifting to memories of when Ishido was little. Back when everything was cute, though now it sometimes felt a bit overwhelming. We've already exchanged introductions, but I should do it properly. This is Uyama Yui, my daughter, Kirishima announced cheerfully. Hello, I'm Yui. I'm 12, and as you can see, I'm the master's daughter. Please just call me Yui, she said brightly. Sure. Hello. I'm Kirishima Ijiro, and I'm Ojiro's friend. Feel free to call me by my first name, he replied. Okay, I'll call you Aegean II, she chirped. Her infectious smile spread warmth through the dojo, and soon the four of them headed to a Chinese restaurant where ramen, mapo tofu, and dumplings filled their stomachs and lifted their spirits. In the afternoon, Yui even joined in on their training. Though still young, she displayed remarkably solid fundamentals, hinting at a future as a fine martial artist. After training together until 3 o'clock and finishing with cool-down exercises, Kirishima took a shower and changed. Emerging from the bath, he was met by Uyama. You said you'd stay at Ojiro's, right? How about staying at my place while you're in Tokyo? If that feels too much, you can always sleep at the dojo, Uyama offered. I appreciate the offer, but that's a bit sudden. Isn't it? We just met today, Kirishima replied, a hint of hesitation in his tone. I'm saying this because you've got a great personality. If you were some spoiled punk, I wouldn't have offered a thing, Uyama said with a hearty laugh. Kirishima scratched his chin thoughtfully. Truth be told, spending the night at the dojo felt more comfortable than crashing at Ojiro's house. What do you think? Uyama asked. Honestly, your opinion matters more. I enjoy hanging out with you, but spending even a little time with the master means learning more. Do as you please. I'm not saying this because I'm uncomfortable, Ojiro added, his smile masking the underlying seriousness. After a moment's thought, Yui jumped in. Big brother, come stay at our place. I'll cook something delicious and even do your laundry.
No, kid.
I'd be the one imposing on your family. And besides, why are you so excited? Kirishima asked with gentle reproach. Because the house is big, but it gets boring spending all your time with just Dad. It's been ages since we had anyone else at home, Yui exclaimed. Was I really that boring as a dad? Mumbled Ojiro, clearly disheartened by her words. Ignoring Uyama's slightly dejected look in response to his daughter's outburst, Kirishima paused, lost in thought as Yui's bright, determined eyes seemed to pierce right through him. Finally, with a resigned smile, he conceded, All right, I'll be in your care for a little while. Thank you, Master, and thank you too, Yui. Great. It's been ages since we had a guest. Uyama cheered. Hee. Yay. A handsome big brother is coming, Yui added. Ditching your friend after one day? Teased someone, prompting a chorus of reactions. Kirishima grinned at the varied responses. Ojiro's face, though saying it's fine, still betrayed a hint of disappointment. For Kirishima, staying at someone else's house was hardly a big deal. He had enjoyed his time with Ojiro, but the thought of spending time with Yui's infectious spirit was irresistible. Then I'll head back to Ojiro's, pack up, and come right back, he declared. All right, I'll be waiting, so hurry back, Ojiro replied. Accompanied by Ojiro, Kirishima promptly returned home. Though Ojiro's mother expressed some regret at the thought of her son leaving, she sent him off with warm encouragement. After tucking his belongings into a large duffel bag and leaving Ojiro's house, Kirishima set off toward the dojo. As he strolled along at a relaxed pace, a loud jeer reached his ears, and he stopped to listen. You can't be a hero with that quirk. Yeah, your quirk isn't even anything special. Or are you going to use that fancy martial arts to be a hero? My mom says martial arts are outdated anyway. Curious, Kirishima turned his head, drawn by the high-pitched voices. There, amidst a cluster of children who appeared to be his age, Yui stood holding a black bag. Are they picking on her? He wondered, his expression firm as he surveyed the scene. Though he had only just met the spirited girl that day, her unabashed approach and cheerful demeanor had already won him over. If she were in trouble, he'd be the first to help. Yet he knew that in the complex world of children's cliques, a single intervention often meant little. My quirk just gives me slightly longer arms, not something extraordinary. But mark my words, I'm going to be a hero. And don't you dare look down on martial arts. My dad has safeguarded it with all his heart. Though Yui began speaking calmly, as she grew more animated her voice rose to a shout, leaving no doubt about her conviction. Watching her stand up for herself amidst jeers and insults from her peers filled Kirishima with a deep sense of pride. He had always admired people with true conviction and pride, and seeing a child like Yui display such spirit was nothing short of inspiring. "That's a great line," he bellowed. His resonant voice echoed around them, capturing the attention of all the nearby children. Looking at Yui, whose eyes had widened in surprise, Kirishima grinned broadly, feeling as though the world had just grown a little brighter. Looks of cautious admiration, mingled with fear and goodwill, poured in as Kirishima strode confidently into the crowd. With a playful grin, he approached and declared, "Wow, he's huge." But a small voice piped up, "But isn't he kind of scary? Look, he's got scars on his face." Another added, "Check out those muscles. His body is insane." "Kids these days," someone remarked, "don't get it. Scars on a handsome guy are like badges of honor." "I appreciate being called handsome, but seriously, aren't you just a kid?" Brushing off the twin-tailed girl's cheeky comment, Kirishima knelt before Yui, meeting her eyes. Though his stance exuded confidence, a subtle tremor in his gaze betrayed his inner concern. "Well done," he said softly. "If you hadn't stood up to those older kids, I might have felt a bit disappointed." "Big brother," Yui murmured. "If you want to be a hero, keep it up. Don't worry about what others say. Just follow your own path." Before anyone could question, the twin-tailed girl interjected with a mischievous lilt, "Who are you, mister?" As if trying to catch him off guard, Kirishima chuckled at her ploy. "I'm not just any mister. I'm Yui's father's student and her big brother." "Then, do you learn martial arts too?" she asked. "Of course. I'm a disciple of her dad, after all." "Even though I only just started yesterday," he thought wryly. The twin-tailed girl's cheeks flushed as she met his gaze and corrected herself from "Mr." to "Big brother." Smiling at their innocence, Kirishima rose and confronted the kids who had been giving Yui a hard time. "At least she's not completely hopeless. If she'd been as foul-tempered as that kid next door, things could have spiraled out of control. That one was the type you had to knock sense into before you could even talk to him." TCH. The thought of Bakugo's notorious temperament made persuading these children seem almost effortless. After all, words rarely registered until strength made itself known. Grinning, Kirishima turned to them and asked, "So, do you dislike people who train in martial arts?" "Yeah, they always come off as showing off over nothing," one child replied. "I got hit by one back in first grade," said another. Now that I think about it, maybe it's not that martial arts themselves are bad," the twin-tailed girl offered after a moment's thought. It was clear the children couldn't reach a consensus. "Martial arts aren't learned just to impress others," Kirishima explained. "They're a means to protect yourself, your family, and even society." He let his words hang in the air for a moment before adding privately, "In truth, the essence of martial arts is about defeating your enemy, even if that means resorting to lethal force. But that's not something I need to spell out now. Once, in another life, the very purpose of martial arts might have been distilled to that extreme. Yet in this world, where everyone is armed in one way or another, he felt it necessary to acknowledge the lethal potential without glorifying it. There might come a time when you have no choice but to fight to the death, and I must be ready for it, Kirishima mused. With a rueful smile, he pressed on, and you got hit by Yui. Huh? That's a bit complicated. Why did you hit her? She said my dad looked scary and that I didn't look like him at all. Like, am I really his daughter or not? And that made me angry. Oh dear, Kirishima murmured, rubbing his forehead. Though Yui was just a child and her impulsiveness could be forgiven, he silently noted that if anyone else had spoken to him that way, he might not have been so lenient. Flustered, Yui looked up and asked, Huh? I did that? Really? Yeah, I was really mad. But hitting you wasn't the right way. I'm sorry. No, I'm the one who should apologize. I'm really sorry, she replied earnestly, bowing her head. Kirishima watched with quiet satisfaction, his thoughts drifting back to Bakugo once more. What a contrast, one chance dive and all that. I'm relieved I met him when he was young and managed to temper his fury. I shudder to imagine what he'd be like now if I hadn't stepped in. Turning to the twin-tailed girl, who now fixed him with an unwavering look, she said confidently, After thinking about what you asked, big brother, I don't really hate martial arts just because someone studies it. It's more that she always goes off by herself, and once school's over she heads straight home. I just can't tell what she's thinking. Is that so? Kirishima mused, scratching his chin. He knew Yui all too well. With no mother around, she and Uyama split household chores, leaving her little time for friends. This, he realized, was a problem not so easily solved. Even if you're busy, to be a total loner? That's strange, he thought. So, it turns out you choose to be an outsider. I thought you might be getting bullied for no reason, he observed gently. No, it's just that I go straight to the dojo after school. My quirk is weak, so I feel I have to work extra hard. And, honestly, I'm not really sure how to make friends with the other kids, she admitted in a small voice. Kirishima pressed his hand to his forehead. He remembered training as if he'd forsaken the comforts of ordinary life, and yet, despite that, he'd managed to make friends. Sure, Ashido, ever the high-energy dynamo, was always by his side, but it seemed that charm only worked among adults. I wasn't exactly a social butterfly either, he recalled, and I was practically obsessed with boxing. Still, I had plenty of friends. Don't rush things. Take your time when you're young. Just make sure you're heading in the right direction. Yes, came the quiet reply. And remember, don't hold a grudge. She isn't a bad kid. After all, Kirishima added, addressing both Yui and the twin-tailed girl with a warm smile. The twin-tailed girl met his eyes and nodded, as if understanding his advice. Since a handsome big brother said so, I'll do my best. But you mentioned that martial arts are meant to protect people, right? She asked. Yes, that's right. Why do you ask? Kirishima responded. But martial arts seem so weak. What can you even do with them? Kirishima fought to keep from making a baffled expression. What could you really do with martial arts? In this world, it seemed the discipline's reputation was being constantly undermined by one detractor after another, and invariably to its detriment. What can you do with martial arts? He pressed. You can do anything. But saying that sounds a bit off, doesn't it? Quit joking around, the child snapped. Then how about I show you what I can do? Setting down his duffel bag, Kirishima bounced lightly on his feet. After quickly loosening his wrists and shoulders, he assumed a ready stance and unleashed a supersonic 1-2 strike into the open air, a blow that made both Uyama and Ojiro shudder. The children's reaction was less than enthusiastic. Only Yui, who had arrived late and missed the first strike, seemed to guess at what had happened, her face a mixture of uncertainty and awe. What was that? One asked. Did he even do anything? Another queried. Big brother, you're handsome and you speak so well, yet you're kind of a goof, teased another, eliciting a chorus of childish banter. At the volley of criticisms, Kirishima smacked his forehead, realizing the kids were too young to really grasp the skill they had just witnessed. He needed something flashier, something that truly captured their attention. Forget what you just saw. Let me show you something even better. Taking up his stance once again, he threw another punch, a bit slower this time. It wasn't about tearing through the air at sonic speed. Rather, it felt as if he was pushing the very air aside, deflecting it with the sheer force of his strike. His right fist still flew fast, but now carried a heavier, more deliberate impact. At the moment his punch connected, a fierce gust erupted, sweeping forward in a powerful wave. Not far off, a tree shuddered with a resounding thud, and its leaves cascaded down like a sudden rain. The children erupted in cheers. Wow, what was that? Was that your quirk? I thought that was a wind quirk. Idiot. I said I was showing you martial arts, so it had to be martial arts, even if I didn't use my quirk this time, he replied with a playful grin. Finally warmed by the enthusiastic reaction, Kirishima beamed. Flashy, all-encompassing displays were perfect for impressing kids. My quirk just hardens my body. It had nothing to do with what you just saw, he explained matter-of-factly. In truth, he had been continuously using his hardening to boost his physical prowess, though he made no mention of it. So, do you get it now? That's what martial arts can do. That was so cool. Big brother, if I train in martial arts, can I do that too? Well, if you work really hard and for a long time, maybe you can, he offered. Big brother, you're not such a goof after all, the twin-tailed girl remarked with a hint of playful reproach. Finding her mildly disappointed expression a bit odd, Kirishima shrugged it off and gathered his things to leave with Yui. All right, we'd better get going now. And remember, try to be friendlier with Yui from now on. Okay? The children swarmed around Yui at his words, hastily exchanging phone numbers and inviting her into their group chat. The earlier tension gave way to a noticeably warmer atmosphere as Kirishima walked alongside Yui toward the master's house. Basking in the relentless summer sun, Yui's face was a study in conflicted emotions. She hesitated several times before finally speaking. Big brother, why did you help me? Huh? Why did I help you? He replied, feigning casual surprise. Because you're cute, and because you're kind. Just kidding. I liked the way you defended your dad so confidently. I liked that you said you could still become a hero no matter your quirk. If not for that, maybe I wouldn't have helped, or maybe I would have anyway, he added with a twinkle in his eye. Yui tilted her head, regarding Kirishima with soft curiosity. He was an odd mix of seriousness and playful spontaneity, a rare combination that made him all the more endearing. Initially, she had assumed he was a new student at the dojo, but after hearing her father's explanation, she realized there was something distinctly unique about him. Still, seeing the way her father smiled genuinely made her heart soar, something she hadn't seen in him for a long time. You seem worried a lot about your quirk, he noted gently. Yes, my quirk only makes my wrist stretch about 30 centimeters, she confessed. What is this, a straw hat? Will she eventually turn into some kind of rubber man? Kirishima mused, momentarily recalling a protagonist from a famous manga he'd read in his previous life. Though the extent of her stretching ability was clearly on another level, he couldn't help but make the comparison. Really? That's actually a good quirk, isn't it? He remarked. Huh? I don't think it's that good, she replied softly. That's just because people don't really know any better. Plus, you're studying martial arts now. Think about it. How much of an advantage does having an extendable reach give you in close combat? That's true, but it's nothing particularly strong. If that's the standard, then my quirk isn't particularly strong either. Mine just hardens my body. When it first manifested, even a toy hammer could dent it. When I managed to harden properly, my physical strength improved, but it wasn't all that useful at the time. Are you strong now? Yeah, I trained like crazy until it grew strong. Now, I'd bet I could withstand most explosions, though I've never actually been caught in one. Oh, that's life. No matter what your quirk is, you can make it strong with enough effort. Sure, it's cool to have a quirk that's naturally powerful, but just because something starts off plain and weak doesn't mean it has to stay that way. Gazing at Kirishima's words, Yui slowly extended her hand. Her wrist stretched slightly, and while the sight was odd, somehow it no longer appeared as useless as before. But what about your legs? Does your quirk work on them?
No.
For now, it only works on my hands. Who knows what might happen with more training? I see. Maybe boxing suits you better than karate then. Want me to teach you sometime? I want to learn. If I learn that, can I do what you do, big brother? The child, who had seemed so dejected a moment before, sprang back to life with newfound enthusiasm, prompting Kirishima to chuckle softly. Even when attempts were made to appear mature, one was still unmistakably a child. Hard to say. I'd love to say yes, but I'm a bit irregular myself. Still, if you work really hard, it might just be possible. Wow, I'll work really hard then. Good. But remember, get along with the other kids too. Trust me, no matter how talented you are, if you don't have any friends, your parents will worry. I'm sure the master feels the same, he advised. Yes, I'll try, she promised. Kirishima gently placed his hand on Yui's head, savoring the comforting warmth of her small, trusting presence. You know, I was born only caring about getting stronger. I might not be the one to help others much. I do want to be a hero, but I'd never be someone like All Might. Huh? All Might? Who could ever be like that old man? There is someone, a green, scrappy kid named Midoriya, who might just become just like him. Kirishima mused inwardly before swiftly dismissing the thought. Anyway, what I mean is, I'm not destined to be that dazzling, sun-like figure. I won't be a star or a moon, but I like to think I've grown enough to be a dependable campfire for those who feel lost. I don't really get what you mean, Yui admitted. Kirishima scratched his chin and looked away. In other words, if you ever feel so down that you need a little light, call me. I'll always be here for at least one kid. Ah, yes. All right then. Let's pick up the pace. At this rate, we'll only get there after dinner. Though his words were firm, Kirishima's pace remained unchanged as he continued on. Yui, meanwhile, smiled and ran her hand through his hair, feeling as if she had just gained a real big brother. The summer sun bathed the two of them in its warm glow as it slowly set, marking the end of another day and the promise of many more training journeys to come.
And that concludes this episode. If you enjoyed it, I'd seriously love it if you guys could leave a like on the video, as it genuinely helps out so much, and it keeps me going. Plus, it takes only 1 second. That said, have a wonderful day. See you in the next one.